Hello, and welcome to this, our 252nd live stream. Golden Sam Fox. This is, of course, a reference to the golden calf video that we did on Monday, and if you haven't watched that, please go back and look. Okay, we're glad you could make it with us tonight, and we got some interesting questions here that we'll get into in a moment. First, our channel business. The book we're going to sort of pitch this week is our book that's going to be released on July 15th, which is Lord of Steel and Sky, which is the book 3 in the War of the Gods series. This is where things get real. Really real. So, if you like this is more of a space marine kind of book. So if you like that sort of genre, we think you'll really enjoy this book. You'll also enjoy this too if you're really much into constructed languages and linguistics. All right, so we hope you buy the book and we hope you enjoy it. And if you do buy one of our books, please leave a review because that really helps. Okay, now the second piece of channel business is the fact that on Thursday, this coming Thursday, I will be on BK Apologist channel. This will be Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern time, where we will be doing a response to the most recent Frank Turek video where he just goes, ooh, does all sorts of crazy stuff. Okay, so join us, myself and BK Apologist on BK Apologist channel on Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific time. Okay, my time zone's mixed up here. Okay. Also, we want to wish you a happy Friday the 13th, and tomorrow is International Pie Day. 3/14 tomorrow, so it's International Pie Day tomorrow. Am I saying? I'm gonna take that one. The answer will be Are you saying Frank is going bonkers? Laugh out loud. Oh, it's bad. This one's really, really bad. So, yeah, it's not a good look. It's a really, really bad look. So, it's a march on Sunday? Ooh. Yeah, I guess it is. 15th of March. That's the odds. Yeah.
And then, of course, 17th, happy Patrick's
yeah,
Day.
17th is St. Patrick's Day. So time to drink your green beer. Andrew says, I'm already in International Pie Day. Cool. Hope you got your raspberry pie. Coolest kind of pie. Okay. So, with that said, let's get to the rules. And where did I lose my rule sheet again? Oh, it's here. It's just flipped all around. Here. Okay. Rules of the channel. We always have rules. So everyone's on the same page, we hope. Super chats have priority. That's true on every YouTube channel. That just guarantees your chat gets seen, not necessarily addressed. But if you do, we will do our best to answer the question if it's a legitimate question. Second, if you post a non-super chat question, and we do take non-super chat questions, please put a Q and a colon in front of it. If there's no Q and no colon, it might as well not exist. We don't really see it. Okay? Only post your non-super chats once. If you posted multiple times, it'll disqualify your question for the night, and then we have no exceptions to this. If we catch you doing it, it is absolutely disqualified for the night, and then you have to repost it next week. Okay. If it's something from the Bible, we need some context. So, include the chapter, verse, and book. Okay? It just helps us out to field your question a lot better. Where we try not to go off of memory when it comes to scripture. So that's the reason why we do that. And then well, it's not finally, but next is you can sponsor a non-super chat. We ask that you put your question in the super chat so that we don't have to hunt for it. It just makes things easier. And then finally, one question per chat. No question stacking. If you question stack, put multiple questions into one chat, we'll just pick one and ignore the others. All right? So with that said, let's get into the questions. Okay, first question here is going to be from Harry Stark. I'm glad he could join us here. What is the canon ending of Egg Hunter? Okay. Now, for those of you who don't know, we released a video game on March 2nd called Egg Hunter. And we'll just run the trailer so you can kind of catch up here. And this is a video that is currently available on Steam. So this is the trailer. Okay, so that's the trailer to Egg Hunter. So you guys all got an idea of what the game is like. Now, is there a canon ending to it? No. There are 7 possible endings to it, and those endings are determined by your choices that you make in the game. So. I did make the music for it, yes. Yes, I did the art, the programming, and the music. The story is by Mrs. Producer. So there's no canon ending. It's one you'll get one of 7 endings depending on how you play the game. So that's sort of the thing with Egg Hunter. It doesn't have one canon ending. There's many endings to this. So, depending on the choices you make. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. The next question here, also from Harry Stark. Will David make a video game in 3D? No. One video game a lifetime is enough. So I'm not keen on making another one. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, I don't have the energy or the time or the infrastructure to make a 3D game. Not this life. And I don't really want to start my own video game company. Now, Mrs. Producer might have other ideas about this. She might end up starting her own video company, in which case she's going to do all the hiring, the firing, and all of that stuff.
Either improve my programming skills or hire.
Yes. I, however, am not going to be involved in future video game projects. So, okay, so that's where we stand with that. Cross-Platform Adventures asks, what language was Egg Hunter developed in? It was developed in a mix of RenPy and Python. So it's basically a Python-based development. So okay, so I think that covers the game questions here. All right, next question is from All right, next question is from Harry Stark. Are women more prone to heresy than men? Not individually, okay? But here's the thing. When people get into groups dynamics change, okay? People behave different in groups than they do as singular individuals. So while a woman might not be prone to heresy on her own, in a group setting, women may be more tolerant of heresy. So I don't think they're more prone to it, but they could be more accepting of it, especially in a group of other women. So that's sort of where I stand on that. But I don't think they're any more particularly prone to it than men. It's just that when you start getting a group dynamic, things change. People act differently in groups. I mean, this has been proven psychologically. You know, they've shown that, you know, if someone's a stabbing victim and there's like one person there, he's more likely to get help than if there's a group of 50. In a group of 50, people start whipping out their cell phones and start recording, and don't lend the guy any assistance, you know, bleeding out on the concrete. But if it's one guy, you're more likely to, one or two people, you are much more likely to get help. It's like something like 5 times more likely to get help if it's a group of less than 3 than it is a group of 50 or more. So people do behave differently in groups. So if you've got a group of women might be more prone to tolerate heresy than, say, a group of men, just because the group dynamics is different. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay. Next question here is from, and I cannot read Hebrew on this small screen when it's like this, Mikhail Shafaiv, whatever that is. And he or she asks, do you know what the science would be behind a wind set down making the water appear like a wall on either side of the Israelites, as in Exodus 14:22? Okay, let's bring up Exodus 14:22, and we can take a look at that. Exodus 14, verse 22. Okay, and it says, the sons of Israel went through the midst of the sea on the dry land, and the waters were like a wall to them on their right and on their left. Okay, now we kind of have to understand what it means here, like a wall. There were more than one kind of wall in ancient Egypt. And you've got the walls that are sort of straight up, and that's what everyone thinks when they approach this passage, as this is a freestanding wall that goes straight up. But the Egyptians had, and most Middle Eastern cultures had, what was called a temenos wall. And a temenos wall isn't straight up. It's sloped like a bank. So a temenos might make it difficult to scale, but still you could scale it with some difficulty. So it seems to be that this is more of a temenos wall than it is, say, basically a wall of a building. Okay? So the fact is that if you have a wind set down, it's going to blow the waters back into the area. They will pile up like a sloped bank. Okay? So that's more the picture here. As I said, it's not like it's cutting it straight down the middle. You know, this is not like what you saw in, like, the 10 Commandments. You know, 10 Commandments, where it's like 10 stories of water with a perfectly cut channel right down the center. They think that. Okay? It's basically pushed out. The water's being quite literally pushed aside and sort of piled up by the force of the wind. Okay? So that's what the text is describing here. A temenos wall, not a vertical wall. All right? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Next one here, before we get to the super chats, is from 501 Mobius. And he asks, would Ramosa, son of Akmosa or Akmosa II, have a name that looked like Ramses? The quick answer to that is no. The reason why is it looks similar except for one thing, which is the addition of a pronoun in Ramses. Okay? Ramosa in Egyptian is raw mess. Okay, that's what it is. It's raw mess.
It's like raw.
Mess. Yeah, I know, it's a raw mess. Okay.
I just feel on a Monday.
Yeah.
Raw man.
Ramesses in Egyptian is Ramesu. Okay? And the meaning is different. Ramosa means raw begot, whereas Ramses means raw begot him. There's a pronoun there that's really, really important for distinguishing the name. So while Ramos was really, really a common name going all the way back to the Old Kingdom. I mean, one of the princes of Khufu was named Ramos. Ramses is a very rare name, and we don't see it at all in the Egyptian corpus until Dynasty, the very, very last couple years of Dynasty 18. Basically with Ramses the First. Ramses the First is the first Ramses. He wasn't a Ramosa. He was a Ramesses. Okay? That Ramesu. So, yeah, raw mess. And now everyone's going to say it. We got more channel lore. Channel lore. Okay. So, we hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Yeah, unfortunately, people do confuse Ramosa and Ramses all the time because of English. Because English speakers don't see the difference. This is one of the things that trapped Titus Kennedy in his debate. He didn't know that there was a difference between the two. So, he insists that the two are the same, and they're not. They're totally different. So, it's just, you gotta, if you understand the language, you gotta keep these things separate. So, yeah, the fact is, and Titus isn't the only person who's done this too. Ayling did this also. Charles Ayling, in his one of his last peer-reviewed papers, he talked about how Ramos was the same as Ramses. Now, in the case of Ayling, he's supposed to be an Egyptologist. He should know better. The fact is, he wasn't a very good Egyptologist. Thank God he's retired. But it's really one of those things where it's inexcusable for somebody who knows Egyptian to confuse the two. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. One other thing I do need to announce tonight is we are going to be stopping at midnight exactly again. I have to get up early tomorrow, so if we don't get super chats and everything done tonight, that's just going to be the way it is. So. Science Special Search Party, you should have known better. Well, if you're claiming to defend the Exodus, you should know the evidence. And you claim to be an expert, you should know the evidence. Just saying. Oh no, I didn't. Is that's their older son? Okay, cool. Well, welcome aboard. All right, so we're going to get on to the super chats here. The first super chat here is from Rich Adam for $10. Thank you for the super chat. He says, I've heard a lot of teaching on Exodus 32, but never in the manner that you did in your video. How do you approach the text to make your conclusions on what's happening in the text? Okay. Now, when I approach the text here, I tend to do it in a contextual manner. So I look at the text see what the text says, compare it to the cultural context, and then make my readings appropriately to the context. Now, the big question is going to be, how did I determine that they were asking, Moses is dead? And ergo, God is dead. Well, if we go to Exodus 32, verse 1. Okay. So it says, now when people saw that Moses delayed to come down from the mountain, the people assembled about Adam and said, come, make us a god who will go before us. As for this Moses, the man who has brought us out from Egypt, we don't know what has become of him. Okay. Basically, their questioning is, where is Moses? Okay. That's what they're asking. Where is he? I mean, they know physically he's up on the mountain, but they don't know what's become of him. So they are asking that question, where is he? When they start asking those where is questions, you have to go to something like Psalm 14, verse, I think it's 10. Just check here. Psalm 14, 14:1. Okay. Now, we all know this passage by pretty much by heart, but it helps to really examine this passage to see why this is an issue. And I'll read the text here. The fool has said in his heart, there is no God. Now, this word, this passage, there is no God. It doesn't literally say there is no God. It says literally, where is God? You could have been an ancient Israelite. Yeah. So these questions of where is somebody or are always sort of framed around this idea of existence. So when somebody asks the question, where is God? They are not claiming, I can't find God. They're saying, there is no God, or God is dead. So when you get to a passage like Exodus 32, that they go, we don't know where Moses is. What has become of Moses? They're making a statement that's basically a euphemistic way of saying Moses is dead. And if Moses is dead, God is dead too. Okay? So you have to take those euphemisms, because it's kind of blasphemous to say it outright. So they couch it in euphemisms.
You don't want God showing up blasting you, say, right here.
Yeah. Yeah, last time God shows up, they're terrified. So you have to always take those euphemisms of death and disappearance and basically look at the text through those euphemisms. Because one of the things we have discovered in reading the Bible is that it is a very euphemistic text. There's a lot of euphemisms in it. So, Gadfly, where is Ball? On the toilet? Yeah, that's sort of the same deal, to be honest. Yeah, where is Ball? Is he alive? Is he dead? Is he on the toilet? Nobody knows. Is he on vacation? But that's the implication here that Elijah's making here, is that there is no Ball. He's dead or whatever. So, yeah, Mama says, more proof that a person can be reasoned with, but not a people. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly true. Okay, so that's how I approach the text, and that's how I drove my conclusions, is through that euphemistic lens that we find in other places in Scripture and in other texts. Okay? So, you can't take a text in isolation and interpret it. It's part of a corpus. It's part of a cultural context that you need to really understand it. You know, this is why I still get people who just freak out over me saying that Jonah died in Jonah chapter 2. Jonah chapter 2, the language is clearly he's dead. But it's all couched in euphemistic terms. So people don't understand the culture, they don't understand the euphemisms, and therefore they don't understand the text. So that's how I came to that conclusion. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. There's no Jonah. Yeah, the gates of Sheol locked behind him. But he's still alive, right? That's how this works. I'm not sure how one can be locked behind Sheol and still be alive. Just but for some people freak out over the idea that Jonah died. People get really, really upset about that. You know? And I don't understand why they get upset about that. Because that's the exact illusion Christ is driving at when he says to the Pharisees, I will give you no sign but the sign of Jonah, who is in the belly. I mean, he's in the belly 3 days and he rose again. That's the whole point of Christ giving the sign of Jonah.
Jesus went down to Sheol and this little wooden table, like a cat sitting by him fishing.
Yeah. Christ descended into the belly of a fish, had a little table, an oil lamp, read the newspaper. Well, you know, I think some of the things is that, that people get upset over the idea that God didn't raise. They seem to have come to this idea that God did not raise anyone from the dead but Christ himself. But that's not what the Bible says. There are examples of prophets raising people from the dead. The widow's son. Yeah, the widow's son was raised from the dead.
It's deadly boring. Chopping off the window.
Well, that's post-resurrection, but
yeah.
But people seem to get upset that God has the power to raise people from the dead. You know? They seem to be okay with Elijah doing it, but they're just not okay with God himself just doing it. Well, that's what Jonah is. Jonah is God just raising someone from the dead because he can, and he's that powerful. So yeah, there's but people still get really, really upset at me when I tell them, hey, you know, Jonah died. God raised him from the dead. And that's the point of the story. Ryan Cohenkamp says, any difference between resurrection and revivication? Well, if he's dead, there's no difference. Okay. Okay. There really isn't a difference if the person is dead. Mama says, do you think the Pharisees and Sadducees fought over this? Yes, I do. The Pharisees believed in life after death. Sadducees didn't. Sadducees also did not consider Jonah canonical. Okay. Sadducees only thought that the Pentateuch was scripture. So Sadducees didn't accept Jonah or the prophets. So CPM versus DOS. Not the Jonah swoon theory. Gadfly? Jonah swoon theory? Well, a lot of people believe that. That's probably the majority of the view right now. Is most people think that Jonah swooned in the belly of the whale, but didn't really die. It's like, I heard somebody go on. Was it now? Uh, uh, the channel I was on for the debate, McDowell's channel. Basically saying that a whale could swallow enough air so that Jonah wouldn't die in the belly of a whale because he didn't go into the belly stomach part. Jonah was just in the mouth. Was in the mouth of the whale. The whale didn't swallow, but had enough air in there to keep him alive 3 days.
Has that person ever?
Yeah. Just come on, guys. Really? Yeah, so people will go the extra mile to try to not think he died. But yeah, he was dead. The text basically says he's dead. So, Mama, all those ideas are so stupid. Yeah, I know. I know. Well, if he's dead, he doesn't have to breathe anything now, does he? Think about it. It's nasty inside of a gastric tract. That'll kill you all by itself. The gas from stomach acids is enough to kill you.
We don't get a lot of diseases because all the bad bugs in food get killed off.
Yeah.
Some cooking methods can't eliminate it.
Yeah.
But your intestines will.
Yeah. Can you imagine what would happen if you ate an apple and every worm you ate was still alive down there? Oh, no, that's not a good thing.
That's not cool. Not cool.
But people come up with the stupidest ideas to rescue church traditions. When just the simple, proper reading of the text would prevent that. Okay, I think it's time we move on now to the next one here. But yeah, people go the extra mile to save their traditions. It's nuts, but they do it. Okay, next one here is from Rich Adams for $5. Thank you for the super chat.
Carried his own deodorant.
Jonah carried his own deodorant. Okay, the next super chat here. Why not consider calf worship from Mesopotamia and Canaanite religions, as some scholars believed Israel took form? Okay, here's the reason why I don't consider that. First of all, the setting of the text is basically in Sinai during the 40-year wandering, so they're not in Canaan yet. Second, there is cow worship ubiquitous from Mesopotamia to Egypt. That's we don't even have to argue that. That we all accept. The question then is, where is the most likely source of their calf myth? Okay. Now, they haven't been in contact. The Israelites had not been in contact with Mesopotamia for 600 years. So if you're that separated from Mesopotamia, how much of that lore is going to survive? Now, while, say, at Avaris, they did import Canaanite myths into Avaris, we don't have any evidence of a calf deity in Avaris. We have Baal, Resheph, Astarte. These are all normal deities. Now, while Baal is associated with calves, he's more associated with bulls and riding the backs of bulls. He's not a bull deity himself. So there doesn't seem to be any contact with, say, non-Egyptian cow deities at Avaris. At least not that we have found so far. But there is evidence of Egyptian cow bovine deities at Avaris. Like we have evidence of Hathor worship at Avaris. Hathor worship was pretty ubiquitous anyway. So the question then is, what's the more likely solution? Now, some scholars believe that Israel took it from, say, Canaanites or Mesopotamians, because a lot of scholars don't believe in an Exodus. A lot of them believe in what's called the infiltration model, or the native uprising model. Essentially, that the Israelites were native to Canaan, and they just were one of the tribes of Canaan that just rose up and conquered the other people there. I find that implausible for a number of reasons. Not the least of which is, why destroy Jericho if... why destroy Jericho in the late Bronze Age if you're not coming into Canaan? Okay? You only need to destroy Jericho if you're coming into Canaan. There's no reason to destroy Jericho if you're already on the inside. So... So I don't think that that's really their view is the most plausible view. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question, very much appreciated. Scott asks, of your three criteria, why do you posit that the idol had to be made of gold and a golden idol in color? Gold, ironically, was the only metal the Israelites had on hand in Sinai, after all. No, it wasn't. No, that is actually not true. The Israelites had a lot of silver and bronze. They just didn't calculate the bronze. They had much more bronze than anything else. And frankly, a lot of idols, now idols in Egypt tended to be either bronze, silver, or gold. You know, any one of those would have served as an idol just fine. Larger idols might have been bronze. We do have examples of them, for example, in the Louvre. Any one of those could have sufficed. The better idols would have been made of gold. The best ones were made of gold, but they were super tiny. And this one was probably very small too, probably less than 18 inches. Okay, so, and the fact is, of the idols that we have, a lot of them are also mixed metals. So there's I will admit, though, that third criteria is probably the least likely, but the fact that it's a golden calf, and it's not just that it's gold, it's a golden calf, bull calf. So the Apis bull couldn't have qualified for this. First of all, the Apis bull didn't have an idol. There was actually no idol to the Apis bull cult, because the, quote, idol was the living bull. The living bull itself was the idol. Okay? So I could have been probably a little clearer about that, I admit. But the fact that it's gold and a calf is sort of the key criteria here. So I hope that helps clarify that. CPM versus DOS says, so like how 10-karat gold is mixed with many other things along with gold. No, not so much. They didn't tend to combine it in that way. They mechanically attached it. Okay. I will say this: most of the gold of the late Bronze Age was roughly 14 karat, and that's because they used cupellation to refine gold instead of cementation. Which is, I'm not going to get into the technical specifics of that. But once they had cupellated gold, they could then take that and they would try to keep their metals separate, although they would attach pieces together. So, for example, you might have a silver idol with a gold head on it, and it's mechanically attached. It's not, say, melted together. Okay, next one here. is from Rich Adams. And for $10, thank you for the super chat. Why do some scholars believe Exodus 32 was written after 1 Kings 12, Jeroboam calf incident? Some scholars made it seem that this Exodus 32 incident was made up. All right, let's take a look at the reason why some believe that. And then we will tell them why it's full of garbage. Okay? So 1 Kings chapter 12. And we have to go down here. Way down. Okay. To verse 28. So the king consulted and made 2 golden calves. So he made 2 golden calves. And he said to them, "It is too much for you to go up to Jerusalem. Behold your gods, O Israel, that brought you up from the land of Egypt." Okay, now why do some scholars believe that the Exodus 32 was written after, say, 1 Kings 12:28? A lot of this comes down to the ideas of the documentary hypothesis and basically extreme light dating of the Pentateuch. Okay? Now, here's the thing. We know that 1 Kings is already during the exile or later. So 1 Kings is actually a very late book. It has Persian words in it. So 1 Kings is an extremely late book. So the question is, maybe this is not, say, Exodus 32 copying 1 Kings 12, but 1 Kings 12 copying Exodus 32. Okay. Even most critical scholars will think that the Pentateuch, the Exodus 32, was written before 1 Kings 12, because 1 Kings 12 is such a late book. It's definitely a post-exilic. At least has lots of post-exilic influences. Okay, so I think what they're doing here, it's either Jeroboam essentially quoting Exodus 32, or this was added to make Jeroboam's words seem extra idolic. Okay, so and that's something that Jewish scribes did, was they would basically take other pieces, other people's words, stick it into, sort of grab the real meaning of what's being said. So Jewish scribes are not beyond tweaking the text to drive a pedagogic point. And we have to be very, very cognizant of that. You know, they can take words and just tweak them just a little, just to sort of drive to the underlying truth of what was said, even if it's not exactly what has been said. You know, these are not, people aren't recording as say tape recorders. You know, that's not what Scripture does. It's not doing a tape recording and playing it back exactly as it was said verbatim. They're taking it and trying to get the true intent out of it. So this could be an attempt to paint Jeroboam in the bad light of one who's being idolatrous by tweaking his words so that they match the golden calf incident in Exodus 32. That actually makes a lot more sense than the idea that Exodus 32 was copied from 1 Kings 12. So, Ryan says, just like the concubine event in Judges versus Sodom event. Yeah, very similar. Yeah. The event in Judges is sort of patterned after the Sodom event to make that concubine event look extra bad. So again, it's to drive at the true underlying truth of the matter, not necessarily to record what was said verbatim. So, okay, so Rich, I hope that explains the situation. And again, I'd be very hesitant to follow scholars on that one. At least most scholars will say that First Kings post dates Exodus easily. So, uh, when he ends Exodus, you can't make this stuff up. Okay. Haystack asks a little question here. Did the Egyptians have hammocks? No. No, they didn't have hammocks. They could have made hammocks, but they didn't. Well, where do you find two trees together in Egypt? Exactly. You need two close trees to string a hammock. Yeah, you didn't have a lot of trees. Yeah, Hawaii has an abundance of hammocks, but again, you got lots of trees close together. You don't quite have. Yeah, it's not something you're going to find a lot of in Egypt. And what you find in Egypt is mostly scrub species. So as soon as you tie the hammock, the tree goes. Your butt's on the ground. So, no hammocks in Egypt. Sorry. Next one here is from Tom Wanchek. $2. Thank you for the super chat. Best books commentary to study Book of Isaiah. Unlike some other books, there's a lot of good commentaries on Isaiah. In fact, you find more good commentaries on Isaiah than you do in a lot of other books. John Oswalt wrote a good commentary. Golden Gabe wrote a good commentary. Williamson, another good commentary. Grogan wrote a good commentary. Edward Young, Barry Webb, J. Alec Moitner wrote a good commentary. There's a lot of good commentaries on Isaiah. Just a ton of them. So, and they're fairly easy to get. So, it's kind of not like the Exodus. Exodus doesn't have a lot of great commentaries, surprisingly. But, and even like the Book of Revelation doesn't have a lot of good commentaries. A lot of commentaries in Revelation, not a lot of good ones. So, yeah, but on the Book of Isaiah, there's actually a lot of good commentaries. So, there's more good. I mean, there's a lot of good commentaries on the Book of Kings. Almost no good commentaries on Chronicles. Surprisingly, because people think, oh, we've got a book commentary on Kings, we don't need one for Chronicles. So terrible. The commentary situation on Chronicles. Really inexcusable. Okay. Next one here is from Louis Sandoval for $1.99, and he asks, views on the 1972 Toronto egregore. I'm going to butcher this. Egregore experiment. Okay, let's explain this, and then we'll talk about it. Now, an egregore is the idea that you can throw psychic energy at something and develop sort of this pseudo-psychic entity. Okay? Now, the egregore experiment in 1972 had to deal with seances, where you got a bunch of people that did a seance to reach a fictional person. Now, this person doesn't exist, and his name was Philip. Okay? They made up this guy named Philip, gave him a whole biography, told the guys around the table the biography of this person, okay, which didn't exist. Now, the idea is you have two seances going simultaneously. One is trying to contact Philip. Another seance is trying to also contact Philip. And the experiment was designed to try to exchange information between the two groups. Essentially, the idea was that one group would use its psychic energy to create this paranormal transient entity named Philip, who could then go and communicate with the other seance group. Okay, that's the idea of the experiment. Now, the experiment is complete bunk. It lacked proper scientific controls. It was not double-blind. The results are really were not great anyway. There was contradictory information passed between the two groups. Yeah, it didn't go well. But I think the idea of this of the egregore is kind of a baloney. But the experiment itself was very, very flawed. It was very, very flawed and ultimately inconclusive because of its flaws. Okay? So I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very appreciated. Very esoteric topic, though. Okay. Next super chat here is from Boat for $15. Thank you for the super chat. You once said craftsmen were kept in sequestered, guarded villages. That is correct. A lot of craftsmen villages were sequestered and guarded. How much freedom for the average Egyptian? Very little. If a farmer had a midlife crisis and wanted to hit the road and keep walking, could they? No. Okay. That's one thing about living in Egypt, is the question is, did anyone have freedom to just wander the countryside? No, the answer is no. You actually had to have a really, really good reason to leave your home village. So, if you were, say, a traveling salesman, you might have been given permission to go to a certain set of towns. That might be possible. But your typical farmer was not given that permission. Your typical nomarch couldn't leave his territory. So this is a hereditary governor, a prince as such. He couldn't leave his territory without the permission of the king. So yeah, that was yeah, it's like lords and serfs. Lords and serfs. Ryan Concrab asked, what were they afraid of? Rebellions? They were afraid of thefts. It really was theft that they were afraid of. If somebody, say, took some bronze tools that belonged to the king in one village, he might try to sell it in another village. So, theft was the big deal. So yeah, that's sort of what's going on there, is that, and we actually see that actually during the workers' strike at Deir el Medina, the Magi, who was basically the workers' advocate, he warns the workers, don't go to the dock. Otherwise, Pharaoh might think you're trying to steal his stuff and flee. Okay, so the big concern wasn't rebellion, it was theft. And theft to the king was a capital offense. So, stealing the king's bronze toothpick carried the death penalty. The king would at that point crack skulls. Yeah, stealing your neighbor's donkey was A-okay. You could get away with that all day long.
You might usually.
Yeah, you might get flogged, and usually you didn't get flogged. But steal the king's bronze toothpick, and all hell rained down on you and the village. So yeah, that's what they were afraid of, and not rebellion, theft. So no, very few people had the ability to travel freely. Sailors were allowed to travel, but they weren't allowed to go very far from their ships. So when a sailor moved into port, like they would do these trading routes up and down the Nile to move goods up and down. A sailor had to stay within a certain region of the port. A sailor wasn't free to go anywhere in the village of the port. He had to stay in a certain area. So movement was really tightly controlled in ancient Egypt. Really tightly controlled.
Bronze Age.
Scott Worth, Bronze Age IRS was not to be messed with, I suppose. No. Nope. Science Special Search Party. Grand Theft Egypt. Take a few bronze tools and that's Grand Theft Egypt. Oh boy. Okay, lovely. Let's move on. All right, the next super chat here. Is also from row your boat for $12. Thank you for the super chat. Related to Egyptian freedom, would all craftsmen be kept in sequestered guarded villages? Would everyone but Pharaoh live in a 1984 police state? All craftsmen would probably have been, at least if they were working craftsmen, would have been in sequestered villages. Now, some craftsmen were not in sequestered villages. Okay? Like people who did like shoemaking. If you made shoes, you were not in a sequestered village. And that's because you weren't, or if you were making clothes, you probably weren't in a sequestered village. Okay? So if you were making flax and flax garments, you were probably not in a sequestered village. Although there were sequestered villages that did make flax and flax cloth. So just because the stuff wasn't very valuable, relatively speaking, didn't mean you could be outside of a sequestered village. I was at a paper just this year at Azor, which talked about a sequestered village where there was a lot of textiles being made. So could happen even with textiles. But if you had to deal with anything that was at all valuable, then yeah, you were in a sequestered village. So things such as wood. Wood was precious enough that you could not just leave a village with your stuff. Anything metal, anything made of ivory, anything made of precious stones like lapis. You were in a sequestered village. Even green jasper was valuable enough that you were stuck in a sequestered village. So that's really what was normal. And frankly, most people lived in that sort of, even though, say, villages weren't guarded, you were not free to move from village to village. That was just the way of ancient Egypt. And it wasn't exactly a 1984 police state, but it was a military dictatorship. And there were rules in military dictatorships. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Milo Mortimer has a question here. Hi, Milo. How's it going? Thoughts on robots built for human companionship? Bad idea. Bad idea. Yeah, at this point, robots cannot fill in the gap of human relationships. And, yeah, it's not a good idea. It's, at that point, you're talking what's called a simulacral relationship, where basically you don't have the true nuance of a human relationship, but you're having, say, a simulated relationship, which is not a real one. For example, robots will not argue with you. Part of having a human relationship is having tension with the other person. Right, Mrs. Producer? I'm not getting disagreement here.
You don't necessarily argue even when we disagree, but you need somebody to disagree with.
Yeah.
And say, prove your point.
Yeah. Yeah, so you do need that sort of pushback in real human relationships. And robots don't do that. They will generally agree with you to a fault. So I think robots built for human relationships is a very poor idea. Very poor idea. It's also, too, that if we have, let's just say, for the sake of argument, too, that robots achieve some sort of sentience. Well, then what you've created here is robots sex slavery. It then becomes unethical. So it's not only just a bad idea for humans, it's also unethical.
Absolutely right.
Jeez. Robo chatbot. You're absolutely right, Dr. Folk. Yeah, that's the problem with chatbots, isn't it? They always agree with you.
Yeah. And bombs.
Yeah. Bomb Papa says social media is already kind of blurring that line of real human relationships. Oh no, it's crossed that line. It's definitely crossed that line. You know, we've already seen some consequences of this already, where people are already transferring their thinking to the machine. You know, if they transfer their relationships also to the machine, that's also going to be a real difficulty. But I think there's just that there's so many issues with this. As I said, there's the human issue, but there's also basically the slavery issue to that as well. So it's not only just a bad idea, it's also seriously unethical. So Milo, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. And a social person not lie unless you program.
Science Special Search Party says machines can't lie unless you program them to. Well, actually, they're pretty good at lying.
I mean, chat.
Yeah, ChatGPT will lie to you without programming. That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, if it doesn't know the answer, it just makes.
Yeah. All right, so let's move on to the next super chat here, which is from Row Boat for $15. Thank you again for that super chat. Since slaves were above farmers, could a slave bully a farmer and the slave not be able to do anything about it? If two went at it in court, would the slave's master represent them? Okay. A slave could bully a farmer, depending on his status. If a slave was, say, his master was high enough, and his master gave him the authority, oh yeah, a slave could bully a farmer. That's absolutely, like, for example, if a nomarch, it's a hereditary governor, makes his slave Imiraper of taxation, the overseer of taxation, that slave could go out to the farmers, bully those farmers to extract taxes from them, and be totally legally fine, because he's doing it under the authority of the nomarch. So CPM versus DOS. That's about right. Yeah. I may be a slave, but I'm a slave of someone who owns you. Yep, that's exactly how it works. And it worked that way in Egypt. It also worked that way in Rome. Yeah. Slaves had slaves. There's a slave who was owned by, I think it was Nero. And he had 4 ranks of slaves underneath him. His slaves had slaves. Going down 4 tiers. You know, the direct slave of the Emperor of Rome had an incredible amount of power. He might be a slave. He might not be free. But boy, he had power. And if the Emperor of Rome told his slave to do something, that was going to get done. Slaves in Egypt had the same sort of prerogative. So, while they might be stratified as a lower class than, say, craftsmen or priests, they could still exert a lot of power because they are exercising their master's authority. So, okay. EPM versus DOS. Who needs to be free when you have all the power? Well, yeah.
Not owned by the right person. Some people have
Yeah. Yeah. AWL says one of Sulla's slaves proscribed senators and took their property. Yep. 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 Gandalf the Based. I, Paul, am a slave to Christ. Yep. Ryan Cohenkamp says, so Old Testament Joseph would have been in this position. Yeah, as slave of Potiphar, yeah. Yeah, he would have been in that position. And Joseph, while he was working for Potiphar was owned by Potiphar, he was in that position where he had Potiphar's authority as overseer of the household. The Imirah pair. Okay, the Imirah pair had the ability to control the household. So Joseph would have had a power over all the accounts. He would have had power to direct the slaves, and other workers. Even some of the free workers that were basically working for Potiphar on the side would have been responsible to Joseph as the Imirah pair. So, yeah, hope that helps. Okay. Deliverance Own Ministries for $1.99 asks the super chat: cessationist versus continuationist, and why? I'm a continuationist. I believe in the perpetuity of spiritual gifts. And that's what this means here. A continuationist is somebody who believes that spiritual gifts continued on after the life of the apostles. A cessationist believes that the spiritual gifts stopped with the apostles. Okay. I don't believe in cessationism. We do have lots and lots of reports going through the church history of the continuation of spiritual gifts. Now, as places become more Christianized, they do tend to trickle off a bit, but we still see them today, sometimes more profoundly than others. I've experienced spiritual gifts myself. Okay, so I do tend to believe in the continuation of the spiritual gifts. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here is from Nora Bell Rose for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Does Joshua 6:25, she had lived in Israel to this day, suggest the book of Joshua was written very early before Rahab died? Not necessarily, but let's look at the text. So let's go to Joshua. Joshua 6:25. Okay, so the young spies who were went in and brought Rahab out, and her father, and her mother, and her brothers, and she all had. They brought her and out all her relatives and placed them outside of the camp of Israel. Where's the to this day? 25? Okay, 25, sorry. Verse 25. However, Rahab the harlot and her father's household and all she had, Joshua spared, and she has lived in the midst of Israel to this day. For she hid the messengers whom Joshua sent to spy out Jericho. Okay. Now, this whole idea of this day is a little bit tricky. It more or less means that she continued to live among their ranks, that she didn't go off on her own. So, think of it this way, more like ever since. Okay, think of this more like ever since than to this day of the writing. We don't know when this was written. Okay, there's a lot to suggest that Joshua takes place over a long time period, on that there's a lot of, say, writing in Joshua that implies that there were already kings at the time of the writing of Joshua. This is why there's many people who suggest that Joshua itself, the book of Joshua, was written during the early monarchy. Ryan Cohenkamp says she lived happily ever after. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, well, that could be just as good a translation, really. But really, think of it as ever since. Okay, so think of it more along those lines than to the day of this writing. Okay, because it's just not one of those. It's just not one of those things that, they're not thinking. The person who's writing this down, they're not thinking that Rahab is still alive at the time of the writing. They're not thinking that. They're thinking more of ever since that following the destruction of Jericho, they didn't just leave Rahab and dad and brothers and sisters there in the ruins of Jericho and just said, best of luck. They're basically saying that they continue to live with the Israelites ever since. That's really what it's driving at. So, to this day, I think is not a great way of translating this. Let me just see what it says in the Hebrew here. 25. So let's see if there's any extra features here. Yeah, it literally says, as far as, until, wise, during, up to, forever, the day. Okay, so the word odd here can be very open-ended. Okay, so there is a meaning where it says unto. There's also a meaning here where it means forever unto as well. Okay, so ever after, perfectly, or ever since, is a perfectly acceptable translation of this statement, ad hayom haya azah. Sorry. So, I think that's really what we need to take away from this is it's not saying up until the day of it was penned, but ever since. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Mama. Woohoo! Awesome. This next one here is from Mama for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Will we remember things from this life in heaven? Yes, we will. But there's a big but here. They will seem less and less important as the millennium move on. Okay? That's your 14-year-old's question. Awesome. Love questions from our younger set. So that's cool. That's cool. So yes, we will remember things in heaven, but they'll just seem less important. I think it's kind of like this. Do you remember some of the things like when you were 4 or 5 or 6, or even a teenager? Well, you're still a teenager, but okay. But the things that you did when you were 5 or 8, okay? How important is that stuff to you as a 14-year-old? Not very important. Okay? It's not very important to you. That's how we will kind of remember things in heaven. We will remember this life in heaven, but it'll just seem less and less important as the millennia stretches on and we are in the glory of God, because we have something better there, which is the glory of God. So absolutely, you'll remember things. They just won't seem very important. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And thank you for that question from your 14-year-old. It's a good question. And yes, we will remember that stuff. Just will be less important as time moves on. Like all things. All right, next one here. I'll take this one here. From Science Special Search Party. What do you think the food manna is during the 40 years of wandering? I think it's a fungus. I think it's a fungus similar to what's called African truffle. Okay? Now, what is African truffle? It's essentially a fungus that lives underground, but fruits on the top in these kind of like wafer-like things. Usually at dawn. So when dawn breaks and the dew sets, it provides a spawning response for the African truffle. So, truffle theory for the win. Yeah. So I think it's what probably manna was a species very similar to African truffle. And African truffle is something you find in savannas. And at the time when Israel was wandering, the Sinai was a savanna. So it makes sense that there would have been species of, say, African truffle that lived just under the surface, and that would have, say, been thriving during the times when Sinai had periodic rainfall. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Guru Lady. Good to see you here tonight. Haven't seen you in a while. For $5, thank you for the super chat. Best book for ancient Egyptian foods and table etiquette. Thank you for the scream, sir. We don't have any books on table etiquette. Okay? Table etiquette was not some... Well, first of all, they didn't eat at tables. Nobody did. Too expensive. Table furniture was really, really expensive. So nobody ate at tables or chairs. Okay? People tended to lie on the ground and were served on a central platter. Okay? So they were basically lying on the ground when they ate. And that was very true of most of the ancient Near East. Okay? So nobody really, unless you were a king, you didn't eat at a table. Or super wealthy. The super wealthy also could eat at tables, but nobody else did. CPM versus DOS, we have the floor. Yeah. Now, Egyptian foods, there was actually a very good book. Let me see if I can find this quickly. It's not exactly the easiest book here to find, but let me just... There isn't too many books on Egyptian food, but there was one that I would recommend on spices that they used. Let me see if I can find this. Herbal, sorry. It's called, I believe, an Egyptian herbal. Yeah. It's called an Egyptian herbal by Lise Manaki. And it was published by British Museum Press. I don't have a publication year for it, I don't think. I don't have a publication year for it. Wait, maybe I do. 1989, the second Texas press printing was in 1993. It talks about the Egyptian garden, flowers, kitchen spices and herbs, medicine even. So that's what I would recommend, is an Egyptian herbal. But there isn't really a lot of other books on Egyptian food per se. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Luis Sandoval for 100 Dominican pesos. Thank you for the super chat. Best book on symbols, symbolisms, and their meaning. That's very broad. I don't know one book that would cover everything on symbols. Right? There's so many symbols in so many different contexts. There's just too much. Too many symbols out there. I mean, thanks to emoji culture, we got even more now. I'll take Guru's comment here. Well, I know Tasting History with Max Miller did a few Egyptian food videos, and they're not accurate. I like Max Miller too. Okay, I like his channel. I'm subscribed to his channel. But he has gotten stuff on Egyptian food wrong. Very wrong. So, I don't trust all his work. And you know what? He tries his best. He tries his best. I mean, he's not like some of these guys who tries to just pull the wool over eyes. He's trying to reconstruct these things in the best way possible. But he doesn't always get it right. And Egyptian stuff is difficult. So, like, he has gotten some of those recipes for Egypt like quite wrong. Like, he's used some ingredients that you'd never find in an Egyptian spice cabinet. So, but how would he know that? That's the question, is how would he actually know that? Yeah, he does admit as much, and sometimes, yeah. CPM, I think he admits that, yeah. That's one of the things I do respect about Max Miller, too, is the fact he does say he's just doing his best here. You know, he's not a historian. He's a hobbyist. And God bless him for doing it. But if you want an accurate reconstruction of some of these foods, yeah, some of it is not correct. Like, I think on one of his videos, he used a spice that's only found in India, you know, kind of that kind of thing. So, all right, next one. So, sorry, Lewis, I can't give you a book on symbols because the question's too broad. Particular symbols, maybe, but on symbolism in general, that question's way too broad. So, sorry, couldn't be more help there. Rowboat. Can't cook crocodile anymore. Sorry. Mama goes, old cookbooks are sometimes really vague. Oh, yeah. Really vague, and they expect you to know what the ingredients are. Like, um, like there's a Roman, um, herb, I think it's asphodita, that you can't get anymore. Because the Romans loved it so much they ate it out of existence. They ate it to extinction. So, there's and this is something we have to understand too about food recipes in general is food recipes are very culturally specific for the time. In the 19 early 20th century, there was a lot of recipes for red snapper. Red snapper was cheap. It was easily available. Fishing boats were pulling in tons of it. And it was really popular. Now, it's really hard to get true red snapper because it was overfished. Okay? There was another one. Oh yeah, the ubiquitous tuna casserole. Okay? Of the 1960s. Everyone knows it. You had egg noodles, you had peas, you had cream of mushroom soup, you had cheddar cheese in there, some celery, and of course cans of tuna. And it was a meal that you could do for like $5, maybe. Maybe $1 or $2. Yeah, for 6 people. Today, that same dish will cost you over $40 to make. If you have to feed like a bunch of people. Crazy. Milo Mortimer, you're making me so hungry. Yeah, I know. That's one of the occupational hazards of watching this channel is hunger. Yeah, but there's a lot of recipes that are there for a time, and they're very, very popular in the moment, and they fall out of popularity, or they're just, you can't get the ingredients anymore. There was a recipe for a sauce I ran across that involved herring roe. Okay, you can't get herring roe. It's not legal to get herring roe anymore. So you can't make this particular sauce anymore because you just can't get the ingredient. So, there was even some, recipes that included false morel mushrooms. Well, false morel mushrooms are not legal anymore because they're toxic. They'll actually cause Parkinsonism. Yeah. 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 Crazy. I mean, it's just, but there's a lot of these recipes floating out there. So, you can't make the James Bond martini anymore either. I'm not sure about that. I think you can still make that one. But, I mean, it's just a vodka martini with vermouth. I mean, that's essentially all it is. Shaken, not stirred. Yeah, so there's a lot of recipes like that floating out there that you just, either you can't get the ingredients, you don't know what the ingredients is. Like, if you have an ingredient, a recipe that says, spice it with a third shaker, you can encounter some, there are some recipes from the 19th century that have a reference to the third shaker. Nobody knows what was inside the third shaker. It's one of the interesting things. You get like this is one of those cool factoids of Victorian history. Is salt and pepper had a third shaker. You had salt, pepper, and a third shaker. Everyone in the 19th century knew what was in the third shaker. Nobody ever recorded what was in the third shaker. So nobody knows what was in the third shaker. There's been a lot of speculation. Some people have said allspice. Some people have said curry powder. But nobody knows. Some have even speculated it might be Indian long pepper. Nobody knows. Science Special Search Party, and nobody ever will. Scott Worthington says, sugar is my guess. Nobody knows.
Yeah. Great grandmother made reference. Oh, he did.
CPM versus DOS. My great grandmother made references to it. Dang, what if she knew? She probably did, and took it to her grave with her.
It's unlikely to be sugar
Yeah, it's unlikely to be sugar.
because it's used in savory.
Yeah, it tends to be used in savory dishes. So, Count of Marcy says cumin. Could be cumin. Cumin's a possibility. We just don't know. Guru Lady, someone needs to swab one of those shakers and do a plant DNA test. They have. No one's found it yet. People have tried to figure this one out. Just nobody knows. And it's absolutely crazy. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Nobody's been able to figure it out. But it's one of those things that you're going to find sometimes referenced in a recipe. Use the third shaker. They didn't say the cumin shaker because that would have been easy. They said the third shaker. They numbered it. Yeah. Oh man, mystery food section. Yeah. Mara says, what your opinion on when humans started cooking food? Pretty much as soon as they invented fire. As soon as they invented fire, they started cooking food. Essentially. I don't think there's anything really that more complicated than that on this. But you're talking about 80,000 years ago when people started using fire in fire pits. So, and even early before that. So, possibly I think it was something like the earliest fire remains are something like 200,000 or 300,000 years. So,
Yeah. My list. 17 secrets.
Milo says it's the 17 secret spices of KFC or whatever. That's as good a guess as any. Mama goes, and now grilled food is mostly a special occasion. I don't like my steaks grilled. I like them raw. I'm a rare meat guy.
Wait.
Danny Dement. Oops, where did I just... Sir, are you implying medium rare before Adam? Yeah. Yeah, like rare.
Raw meat.
Well, I've had my steaks raw. Vampire steak.
Yeah, it is a steak tartare.
Yeah, Guru Lady says steak tartare for Dr. Falk for his birthday. I like steak tartare. I had it in Paris. Well, no, not my second visit. My first visit to Paris, I had steak tartare. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. So delicious. So delicious. Golden calf steaks. Hey, I love my sacred. I love my steaks rare and my sacred cows well done. Let's torch those sacred cows. But the steaks, leave them rare. Blue rare. Robo says, you want to cook it? No, it's ready now. Well, I tried to get a rare steak in a hotel in Egypt, and they flipped out. They did not want to serve me a rare steak.
Almost.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Yeah.
Because if you got sick.
Yeah, if you got sick, you'd come back and.
Yes, it's gotta be it.
Yeah, I just do not like steaks. I do not like my steaks cooked. Mary says, I tried raw liver several times this month. It's amazing. I've never tried it raw. I don't care for it cooked. I'm not a great. I don't like liver cooked, but I've never had it raw either. So, Guru Lady says, "How about steak tartare with a raw egg on top, Dr. Folk?" That's how I had it. I know that's also very Japanese. Yeah, the way I had my steak tartare was it was diced, and it had an egg yolk on top, and it had sides of like onion and parsley and all that stuff.
Papa nailed it. Let's run through the kitchen.
Yes.
That's descriptive.
Papa just run to the kitchen with a lit match under it. Yeah. Pretty much. Love it. Love it. Show it the fire and kill it. All right, let's move on here. Maramar asks, what are the spiritual gifts? Okay, the spiritual gifts are described particularly in the book of Ephesians here. And they generally describe gifts that you get upon, say, becoming one with Christ, essentially. So when you're saved, God gives you special gifts for use in the church. Okay, these are things such as prophecy. It's prophecy, tongues, interpretation of tongues, discernment, even to some extent, hospitality and administration could be considered spiritual gifts. They're gifts that are used for the promotion of the church. So that's what they are in a nutshell. So I hope that helps. It's not just speaking in tongues. Yeah. Mama says, you just broke Bomb Papa with that comment, Doc. Hey, I think Bomb Papa and I share a lot in common. Including having awesome wives. Milo Mortimer says, raw milk? Raw milk is okay, here's my thing about raw milk. Should I tell my raw milk story? Okay. I've been on Silk Road. Okay? The dark web. Okay? I was on the dark web. The only time I ever went on the dark web was to get raw milk to make cheese. Because I was a incredibly avid cheesemaker at one point. Okay? And I went on the dark web to get raw milk because I couldn't get it locally. I couldn't get it from a farmer. It was considered illegal in England. So I went on the dark web to try to get raw milk. And here's what I was told. That stuff is too hot to handle. Okay. Understand, on the dark web, you can get heroin delivered to your door. You can get cocaine. You can get spy gear. You can hire an assassin. But raw milk? Oh no, that's too hot to handle. You know, when something is too hot to handle on Silk Road, like, you know, that tells you a lot right there. Really what it was is the risk isn't worth the reward. Essentially, they can't get enough money to make it worthwhile to take the risk. Okay? That's what they were really saying. So, Elemental was like, no way. No, whoa, man. No way. Yeah, pretty much. CPM versus Dust. Look, I'll send you a Kalishnikov, but that milk, no way, Fed. That was pretty much it. Rowboat's funny. Can I say it?
No, because somebody will edit it. But tell them somebody will edit it and make you...
Love Rowboat's comment here. I won't repeat it, but love it. CPM versus DOS. The milk cartel is feared more than any other. Well, they will send SWATs to your door. Oh, seriously?
That farmer who they were just working normal, and they had a whole FBI SWAT team just break in on your face.
Yeah, the U.S. Department of Agriculture will send a SWAT team if they think you're selling illegal raw milk. Not a joke. Yeah, it's just but yeah, I mean, it's there are just some cheeses though you cannot make any other way than with raw milk. You need raw milk to make certain unpasteurized cheeses. So that's what I wanted for was to make unpasteurized exotic cheeses. And there's really no danger in doing that. But you do get people who will handle raw milk irresponsibly. It has to be processed in a certain way for it to be safe in transport. But yeah, you can get this stuff in Europe, continental Europe. You couldn't get it in England because raw milk cheese was illegal to produce in England. But if you could import it from France, it's no problem importing raw milk cheese from France, but you couldn't get it domestically in England, which is why the quality of Stilton's in England has gone down the tube. You know, Stilton's used to be made with raw milk, and it was fabulous.
Are made with the goat stomach acid. But not all.
Okay, it's not actually stomach acid. Laboring Spirit says, don't you need goat stomach acid to make cheese? No. What it is actually, it's an enzyme found in the lining of the duodenum, which is not actually a stomach. It's kind of a sort of an after stomach thing. Okay. But what they do for that is it's called rennet. And it's basically an extract from the duodenum of goats. Okay? It's not actually stomach acid. It's an enzyme. So it's a protein. And rennet is really easy to get. Any cheesemaker will sell you rennet. You can get it off of even of Amazon will even sell it to you. I get it in small tablets. So Milo goes, cheese leads to Stilton. Stilton leads to cheddar. Cheddar leads to suffering. Yeah. Guru says, actually, the enzyme in the calf's stomach hasn't eaten any grass. There's also a plant-based rennet as well. Yeah, but the plant-based rennet isn't as good. Not as good. It's made from a weed. It's just not the same. Guru lady. Give me my Gouda and my brie cheese. Yeah. Give me my Schaus. Oh, Schaus is good. Schaus is just the best. Really hard to get, though. Ryan goes, what's the best cheese? Oh, it's going to depend on who you ask, but I think Schaus is the best. Schaus is just, it's like a cow brie. It's like a brie, like a cow, but tends to be taller and rounder. And you cut it, and it's already gooey. So you don't even have to heat it to get it gooey. It's already gooey when you cut it. It's just so beautiful. So beautiful. I get it for like Christmas. I'll go to the fromager and I'll get it, try to get some, but CPM versus DOS says the only cheese I hate is brie. I wonder why. Brie is awesome, especially brie de meaux. Brie de meaux is unpasteurized, by the way. So that raw milk is required for brie de meaux.
I don't know if I should go to bed now or...
Who said that?
Mara. 9:50.
I see it. Mara says, I don't know if I should go to bed now or cook a steak. Definitely cook the steak. Much better choice.
Smoked.
Where's that?
Smoking.
Oh, thoughts on smoking cheeses. Smoking cheeses are good. Here's how you do a smoked cheese.
Smoking.
Yeah, use a real smoking. Okay, so basically, what you can do is this. Basically, what you I would avoid, say, liquid smoke. You can use liquid smoke, but you can smoke it, or you can basically expose it to a place where smoke has been introduced. Peat is often used for smoking foods. So a little bit, you light a little bit of peat or sphagnum moss, and that will add the smoke flavor to your cheese. And you just rotate it as it's burning slowly. So,
yeah, Gary lays food on a burger. Yeah.
Where's this?
9:53.
9:53. Gary Lady says smoked Gouda on a burger with caramelized onions. Smoked Gouda is awesome in seafood enchiladas. So you use crab or shrimp with some smoked Gouda mixed with mozzarella, some green onion in there, wrap it up, bake your enchilada. Oh my gosh, so good. So delicious. It's one of our favorite go-to recipes when we want to go all decadent. Yeah, smoked Gouda and seafood, just the bee's knees. Oh my gosh, it is so delicious. Blue Dog goes, Schaus cheese? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's exactly, yeah. Really good. Really delicious. Yeah. Awesome. Really, that's just a fabulous, fabulous cheese. That's my favorite. My favorite by far. But I have a funny story about that too. You know, because it's really difficult to pronounce. When I was in Paris, I decided to go to a fromager. I was in Paris for a night because I was going through the place. And I decided that I wanted to get myself a nicely aged Bordeaux, red Bordeaux, French baguette, and Schaus. Okay? I go to the fromager, and this is a French fromager in Paris. And I ask him, how do you pronounce this? He looks at it, and he says, cheese. Yeah, thanks for your help, buddy. I could figure that one out on my own. So even the French can't pronounce this, but it is pronounced Schaus. So I had to do a lot of looking to find that out. So if the French can't pronounce it, it's pretty hard to pronounce. So all right, let's move on here. Let's see. Next one here. From Rowboat for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Dr. Falk, could a brickmaker, a metalworker, or a fig knocker bully the average farmer? Your brickmaker, metalworker, or fig knocker would not probably be in contact with your average farmer. Fig knockers tended to be work on orchards. And orchards were sort of outside of your typical farmer's area. Metalworkers and brickmakers were sequestered. That's sequestered work. Particularly metalworker. Metalworker would never be in contact with your average farmer. A brickmaker, maybe, as part of, but a brickmaker tended to be a slave. So most brickmakers were slaves. So they wouldn't be in contact or bully the average farmer. So, but fig knockers tended to be seasonal workers or slaves that would they would typically work on orchards. So again, there wasn't a lot of overlap between the social classes there. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, Nora Bell Rose for $10. Do you have specific examples from the Book of Joshua suggesting it was written in the monarchic period? Could the monarchic material have been added later to a much earlier text? I'll find this here for you. Let's see.
Now be using fig knocker.
Using fig knocker to insult people? Let's see here. Oh, where is it now? It's taking a find. Probably a while for me to find this. Okay. There are references to kings. Israel particularly not having a king in those days. Finding that when you need it, that's another matter. Thick knocking nerf herded. Okay. And we do have it in Judges, but fuck. I'm not finding it now. I'll have to probably come back to you on this one because I'm not finding the references at the moment. but there are some references to in the book of Joshua that refer at least obliquely to a monarchy, that Israel had a monarchy, but in a retrospective kind of way. So I'd have to do more research to find that. It's not something I can really find here on the fly, not easily anyway. It's a lot easier to find that in Judges, to be really honest. So yeah, I'd have to probably go back and look for that, but there is material that does seem to intimate that Joshua and Judges were written in the early monarchic period. I wouldn't say the late monarchic period, but the early one at least. So around the time of maybe King David or Solomon or something like that. So, and that's not a big deal. So, but I'd have to do more research to find these specific examples that I can't seem to find right now. So, that's the best I can do for you at the moment here. So sorry about that, but sometimes. Yeah, I suspect Judges was written significantly later, yeah. But there's also some evidence of that in Joshua too. Some people have even suggested that Joshua and Judges were written simultaneously, because they are structurally extremely similar. Like, for example, both use a didactic structure to portray the historical events that goes from good judges or good tribes to bad judges and bad tribes. So the didactic structure does seem to be typical of the early monarchic period. So, like, you don't find that structure in the Pentateuch. And frankly, you don't find that structure much later than a monarchic period either. So, structurally, there's close similarities between Joshua and Judges that seem to imply that they were written close to the same time. And so if we can identify, say, Judges as being written during the monarchic period, then Joshua being written around the same time is probably not out of the question either. So, but I'd have to look more to provide these specific examples that I was thinking of for those chronological markers in Joshua. So I hope that at least helps somewhat. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Gadfly goes, I do take that view on Judges. Yep, downward spiral. Oh, it's totally downward. Joshua too, though. Joshua starts at the tribe of Judah and ends at Dan. And Dan's a pretty bad tribe. So, Marmara says, I was thinking your Ancient Egypt illustrated book. Haven't purchased yet. Yeah, please do so. It's a great book, even if I say so myself, which I do. Always looking for more people to buy my books so the message gets out there. For a 9-year-old? Yep, for a 9-year-old. Yeah, sure, why not?
I mean, it's got tons of pictures.
Got tons of pictures.
We know
got tons of hieroglyphs in it.
Tons of several.
Yeah, we've had children read my book on the Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian context. Yeah. One of the reasons, here's one of the things. I like doing books with a lot of pictures. Okay? Because you know what? We're all visual learners. Okay? And here's the thing. You can always give a book with lots and lots of pictures to somebody who doesn't believe. I've had unbelievers buy my books just because of the pictures. So it's really phenomenal when I can get somebody to pick up a book on the Ark of the Covenant who would never touch it, who never buy one book on the Ark of the Covenant, just because the pictures are, say, travel-worthy pictures. You know, these are the sort of pictures you would find in, say, a travel guide, a National Geographic magazine. Yeah, okay, I might be overstating my ability as a photographer from using National Geographic, but the point does still stand. The photographs are of that quality that people will buy it just for the pictures. That's also why I'm not really bothered when people pirate copies of my book. It's because they're not getting the quality. The quality of the printed copy is much, much higher than the electronic copy. So, you know, people who get the electronic copy are losing out because of they're losing out because they're not getting the quality of the pictures. That high definition printing process just makes those pictures so much more beautiful. Marmara says, I tried to get it at Barnes & Noble 2 or 3 or 4 years ago. They didn't have it. Where should I purchase it? Amazon? Amazon will have it. Amazon still stocks it? Yeah. Garuli says, not to mention physical copies will be around when the power goes out and last for years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And it's an excellent coffee table book. You want to put it, I mean, it's beautiful enough that you could put it on a coffee table and people will thumb through it and be enamored by it. So, all right, let's move on here. Next one here will be from Danny Dement. What are some references for Sinai being at Savannah at the time of the Exodus? People doubt it when I bring it up, so I'd love to have something to show them. That is going into my Moses chapter, by the way. I'm going to have references to that there. But here's one of the things I want. During, say, the mining operations at Cerebit al-Qadam, all that wood used to smelt the copper was local. Okay? And the mining operation at Cerebit al-Qadam was from the Middle Kingdom right up into the Ramesside era. Okay? So, that wood had to come from somewhere. There's like mountains of slag heaps at Cerebit al-Qadam. They're not trucking in wood. They're sourcing it locally. That's what made it a viable copper smelting operation, is you could get local wood to create the fires, to create the smelters. So, as long as that mine was in operation, they had wood available to do it. And that operation, I believe, was still around during the last years of Dynasty 20. So, okay, then ask them. If people doubt it, where they get the wood for the smelting operation from. You know, they're in the mountains in the Sinai. They're not trucking it in. There's no caravan bringing wood in. That's not how you carry wood in. You know, they're not bringing donkeys, 1 or 2 donkeys with a couple of logs to smelt things. You need a lot of wood. Okay? You need a lot of wood to do a smelting operation. Because that's what it takes to get the temperature hot enough to smelt copper compounds into metallic copper. So there's really no question that the Sinai was a savanna at the time of the Exodus. Just there isn't any question of it. Now the question is how much of it was a savanna is more of an issue. So, book of small coffee tables. But yeah, so I mean, people doubt all sorts of things that are true. I mean, we also have to remember too, at the time of even the Iron Age, there was still appreciable rainfall in the area. You have to remember during Iron Age 1, Jordan, today a desert, okay, everyone agrees, the country of Jordan today is a desert. Nobody disagrees with that statement. Okay? Nobody disagrees with that. During Iron Age 1, Jordan and Moab were covered in wheat fields. Okay? Covered in wheat fields. Today it's all a desert. Up until, say, the First Intermediate period, the Sahara had savanna going all the way to the Nile. How do we know this? We've got carvings from the Old Kingdom and Nagata 3 showing wildlife from the Sahara coming off the savanna up into the Nile. Elephants, lions, flamingos, wildebeest. So the fact is that this is part of the results of the Neolithic, the end of the Neolithic wet period. So, Count Marcy, the Fertile Crescent. Yeah, and sometimes it was more fertile than others. But say, during the Late Bronze Age, they still got seasonal rains. I mean, you can see the scarring on the Sinai. I mean, look at Google Maps. There's a wadi there, the Wadi Aresh. That Wadi Aresh covers 3/4 of the Sinai. Seasonal rains would come, dump on the Sinai. It would create these flash floods that carved out these river channels that you can still see from satellite. And still see them. So, the fact is that we do have lots and lots of recorded history that shows that that basically the Sinai was a savanna at the time of the Late Bronze Age. Now, in the Middle Bronze Age, it was even better. Shasu were pasturing cattle. Do you know how much silage you need to pasture cattle? Silage and water? Basically, they only the Shasu only started switching from cattle to sheep to caprids because basically it started drying out and the water wasn't there anymore. So yeah, there's more than ample evidence to show it was a savanna. More than ample evidence. And I'll put I'm putting the citations on my book for my Moses chapter. So that's what I was doing yesterday. So yeah, it was. Scott Williams says Sinai was a savanna during both the late date and early date periods. Yeah, absolutely. And again, the area was still wet enough. Look, I mean, Lot moves over to Moab. That's in Jordan. He moves over to Moab. Why? Because he sees the fields there and they're lush. They're green. They're full of wheat. Lot didn't look over and say, oh, gee, look at that wonderful desert. Maybe I should take my flocks and go over there because it's so flat and yellow. No, he went over there because he saw the land was good and fertile. Okay? And it was like that for a long time. At least up until Iron Age 2. 2A at least. There was actually a couple papers this year at Azor and I believe also at the NES that talked about, say, wheat production at Moab and Ammon. There was wheat production. Lots of it. So, I don't... And it was just one of those things yeah, people will believe, people will doubt things just because they'll doubt them. It's just, and you can't make people believe anything, by the way. They'll just go off of their gut feelings, what they want to believe. So just understand that, But yeah, we got more than enough evidence to show that the Sinai was the savannah during the late Bronze Age. Easily. All right. Move on. Next one here. We also have, once we run out of super chats here, we just have some from AT Ministries as well. So we got super chats tonight. Gadfly here for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Love you all. God bless and yours. Thank you very much. Sponsoring a non-super chat question of your choice. Okay, thank you very much for the super chat. Do we have a non-super chat question of our choice?
You're at that one already?
Yep.
Okay, I took that one.
Ew. Do we want to do Lewis's question? The one that we had selected out? Was it 713?
Oh, back at the beginning, you haven't
done
his?
I haven't done his.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
All right, we'll take this as the sponsored question here. Go back to 713 here. Long ways back already, isn't it? 713. Okay, oops. 750, 710. Okay, here it is. From Moose Sandoval asks, and this will be our sponsored question here from Gadfly. Okay. And he asks, if Adam being embodied had dominion over creation, okay, good. What authority, power, or responsibility did he have to confront, resist the serpent, a spirit being, and how would that change the Edom narrative? Okay. He did have authority and dominion and responsibility to care for God's creation. Okay. That included his wife. Okay. So he had authority, power, and responsibility to care for his wife, to see that she was not deceived by the serpent. Okay. So if he had that, he could, if he had exercised that authority and accepted that responsibility, he could have confronted the serpent and rebuked him. Okay? He might not have been able to drive him out of the garden, but he certainly could have rebuked him. In which case, then it was the Lord to take actions as he saw fit. So how would that change the Eden narrative? Well, if he had managed to prevent Eve from tasting the fruit, then there would have been at some point the tree to the fruit of the tree of life would have been eventually made available to mankind, and then his provisional immortality would have become actual immortality. So at that point, he would have resisted the devil, and the human race would have been actually immortal in a physical sense, as well as all their posterity would have also been immortal. At that point, humanity would have become like angels in that sense that they are not sin, they do not have sin and did not experience sin. In a sense, they did not know, they did not have the knowledge, that intimate knowledge of good and evil, even though they would know about good and evil. Okay, so in that way, the future of man would have been permanently changed. Mankind would have then become, say, like the angels, not knowing evil, but they would have still been physical beings. Mankind would have still been able to procreate, because that's pre-fall, and all the ancestors of mankind would have become basically sinless beings living in God's glory for God's kingdom. So that's how things would have changed if he had accepted the authority and the responsibility to confront and resist the serpent. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciate it. And thank you to Gadfly for sponsoring that super chat. Really appreciate it. All right, next one here is from Rowboat for $10. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, if Egyptian society was sequestered in its structure, did anyone really move up in the world? You couldn't go from a farmer to a merchant easily then, nor join a guild as a craftsman. Okay, there were no guilds, but people did go up in the world. Egypt was a stratified society, but there wasn't actually a hard limit to how high you could go. There were some slaves that made it all the way up to vizier. So that happened. There was one slave who ended up becoming basically vizier under Taweret. So it was completely possible. And the route he took was he was a slave, then he became a free man. Okay, so he worked as a slave until he basically earned his freedom. And then he put himself through scribal. He became a manager over a household. And then he went to scribal school, became a scribe. He became a very good scribe. And then he became vizier. So it was possible to work your way out of a social strata. Completely possible. It had been done many times in Egypt. Wasn't common, but it could be done. But it was more difficult to go from farmer to merchant than, say, from slave to scribe. And the reason why was there's a social reason why. Farmers were not educated. They couldn't read or write. So to go from a farmer to a merchant, you kind of had to learn. To be a merchant, you had to know something about reading and writing. So it was much more difficult to go from farmer to merchant than slave, who was considered a skilled worker. Okay, slaves were skilled laborers. They had a skill. They weren't just, say agricultural workers. In fact, nobody wanted slaves that were agricultural workers in ancient Egypt. This is kind of weird from our point of view because we kind of view slaves as being agricultural workers. They generally weren't in ancient Egypt because Egypt had so many farmers that a farmer wasn't worth the price you put into a slave. So think of slaves in Egypt more like IT workers. Okay? So So you got to kind of view that. So you had to have an important, valuable skill in order to be a slave to begin with. Whether that was your ability to read, what was considered an important skill, whether it was a coppersmithing, fig knocking, which was a specialized profession, vintner was a specialized profession, skilled profession, stone carver, specialized profession. So you had to have some marketable skill to be a slave in ancient Egypt. So even the ability to produce children, the so-called concubine's gambit, required a special skill. So yeah, they're John says, "Oh boy, I'd be a slave in Egypt." Yeah, a lot of us would have been. Okay. James Murray Wallace says, how can you use the marriage stela of Ramses II since Kim Reichelt says the hieroglyphic is from the Persian period, Dynasty 27? Kim Reichelt is not always correct. In fact, Kim Reichelt is often wrong. I have had lots and lots of disagreements with Reichelt's assessment of things. Reichelt is highly lauded because of his position at the Leiden Institute. Okay, but he's been wrong more times than I care to imagine. His whole assessment of Dynasty 13 is messed up. Messed up. And I wouldn't say he's he's not a great epigrapher either. Now, the cold question of the marriage stela is the fact that even if it's late, it doesn't actually disqualify it because we also have written text from the period. Okay? So we have, say, for example, the negotiations for that marriage in Hittite texts, as well as, say, in inscription material too. So
James period.
Is that the dates of the second intermediate period? No. Dynasty 27's third intermediate period. So it's not 1840. It's more like 840. Not exactly, but you get the point there. It's 1,000 years off. Okay, so Reichelt is would by saying Dynasty 27, he's suggesting third intermediate period. So but Reichelt, are you talking about the 13th dynasty? 13th dynasty is the end of the Middle Kingdom. It's the end of the Middle Kingdom. Yeah, 13th dynasty is the end of the Middle Kingdom. So it's not second intermediate period yet, although there's some overlap with it. He says, I meant his chronology of the second intermediate period. What he gets wrong. Okay, what he gets wrong is the ordering, his ordering of there's two things he gets wrong with the second intermediate period. Okay, first is Dynasty 13. Its Dynasty 13 order is basically runs contrary to, say, the bulk of Egyptology. Okay, so he has a very unique order for the kings of Dynasty 13 that nobody agrees with. The second thing he gets wrong about the second intermediate period is Dynasty 14. He thinks Dynasty 14 is the Abydos kings. And it's clearly not. These are the Dynasty 14 kings are essentially Semitic warlords in the Delta. So Reichelt tends to hold to what's called a city-state hypothesis for the 14th dynasty, where it's a bunch of kings in various city-states in the 14th dynasty. So Um, so there are some conceptual issues that I think are very incorrect with much of Reiholt's work. Now, I have to admit he's done some good data aggregating work. Okay, that's fine. His data aggregating is perfectly okay. How he interprets that aggregate is at issue. So, I tend to. There are some Egyptologists you kind of have to have a loose grip on. What do I mean by a loose grip? Is that the thing with some Egyptologists is that they'll take their speculations a bit far. Hans Gudica was one of those. Egyptologists are usually can be accused of one or two excesses. Okay? One excess is they have no imagination at all. Okay? They just stick to tried and true Egyptology. They're consensus scholars. They never come up with anything new or innovative at all, really. They're just sort of carrying on the present tradition of Egyptology. Then you have, so they're all about rigor. These sort of tried and true Egyptologists all about rigor. Okay. Then you got the other sort of extreme, which is they're all about creativity. And they'll come up with these creative solutions at the expense of rigor. Those are the ones you need to hold with a loose hand. So, yeah, Scott, still don't agree with you on that. I'll never agree with you on that. The Delta was not united under a single monarchy in Dynasty 14. Sorry. Reiholt's wrong. There's no evidence for it. So, never going to agree with you, Scott, on that. Never. Okay. So, but that's what I think he gets wrong. He's just not correct about the Abidas kingship. He's not correct about the 14th dynasty. He's not correct about the ordering of the 13th dynasty. So he gets a lot wrong. And most Egyptologists will not accept that work today. Now, his later work has been better. Okay, much of his Reiholt's chronological work has been his early work. Okay? His early work was not good. Not good. His later work has been better, but it still suffers some of the eccentricities of his early work. So, again, keep some of those Egyptologists at arm with a loose grip. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Next one here. All right, that's it for the super chats. So now we can go to some of ATs. AT, your turn. All right, first one from AT Ministries for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Is explain genealogy and ethnography and how do I identify and break them down for fundies? Ooh, okay. The difference between genealogy and ethnography is that genealogy, toledotes, is used to explain the posterity of things. Okay? Ethnography is used to make moral equivalence. Okay? So you're making a moral determination with ethnography. You're basically... ethnography is a display of cultural wisdom. Okay? Now let me give you an example of cultural wisdom. And I'm not saying this is correct. Don't shoot the messenger on this one. Okay? If you go to Latin America and you talk about people from El Salvador, you get their opinion about people from El Salvador, and everyone will tell you, those people from El Salvador, they're hardworking. Really, really hardworking. What about those people from Guatemala? Oh, they're lazy. Incredibly lazy. They're so lazy they didn't even have a civil war. But when those guys from El Salvador had a civil war, they really had a civil war. Because they're industrious as they do their civil wars. That's an example of cultural wisdom. Okay? It's not correct, but it's wisdom that's held within a culture. Okay? So, ethnography is an expression of cultural wisdom. It's what one culture is viewing another culture and mapping it in a way that sort of fits with their categories and framework. Okay? So when the Bible talks about, oh, those Amorites, they're just Canaanites. Well, no, they're not really, but it fits close enough with their categories that they're morally like Canaanites. They'll do the same thing with Philistines too. Oh, those Philistines, they're like Canaanites. They come from the Canaanites. Well, they don't really come from the Canaanites. Same with the Egyptians. Oh, they're from the sons of Canaan. Again, same deal. It's a moral equivalence. It's not a genealogical one. It's not one of genetics. It's one of ethnography. So if you'll have two passages, and one of the things you can tell about ethnography is ethnography tends to break things down according to nations. Okay? So an easy way to sort of do this interpretation is not foolproof, but it's helpful. Is a genealogy will talk about individuals. Ethnography will tend to talk about tribal groups or nations. So that's one really, really easy way to separate the two. If it's a genealogy, it's going to talk about specific named individuals. If it's ethnography, it's going to talk about nations. So, when you got the Table of Nations in Genesis 10, well, it's right in the name, Table of Nations, it's ethnography. Now, where things get a little bit at genealogy and ethnography can be combined sometimes. Okay? Like, for example, the descendants of Abraham through Keturah aren't actually named individuals. They're nations. So, the descendants of Abram and Keturah were Dedan and Sheba. Those are nations. That's ethnography. So, a genealogy can start off kind of looking like a genealogy and quickly slip into ethnography. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat. Really, really appreciate it. Gandalf the Base says, the rest of the world is incredibly racist, doesn't make it right. No, it doesn't make it right. Never said it did. But those who have traveled outside the US and Canada know how racist the rest of the world is. Westerners live in a bubble. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Westerners do live in a bubble. Yeah, we think that the whole world thinks like Westerners think, and it doesn't. You know, and frankly, not even Westerners from all of North America think the same. You know, some of the attitudes among Canadians are very different than, say, Americans from those, again, from Latin America. So, you know, absolutely, these are just going to... Keeps Learning says, we should rename chapter section headings in the Bible in Genesis 5. The ethnography of nations sound good to me. Be more accurate. Those section headings, by the way, they're not in Scripture. That's what translators have done. That's what the translators have done. You know, they're... Um, there is, I mean, I'd love it if you started using more accurate terms or more contextualized terms, but then people would flip out over that. That's why I never became a Bible translator. It's because, yeah, the Red Sea still hasn't caught on. We're still calling it the Red Sea. We know that hasn't been correct for generations, and yet we're still doing it. So, but yeah, I kind of wish we would have more accurate terms in our Bible, so that people wouldn't get the wrong idea. Like, to that day, if you just translate that as ever since, people would get the message a bit easier. A rowboat. But it used to say this. They're changing our Bibles. Those darn liberals are changing our Bibles. That's what it says. And look, a committee will get a translation committee will make one small change to improve the clarity of a text, and they'll get like 100 letters complaining that they're perverting their King James Bible from, with modern liberal sensibilities driven by the Greek. It's like, it's just outrageous. And that's why they don't. That's why traditional renderings still survive in our Bible translations. It's because nobody wants to get those letters. Gandalf says, we use the term liberal as an attack way too much, and I agree. Wanting to have a more accurate Bible is not liberal. I agree also. It's actually conservative by conserving the original. I agree, totally. Yeah. Louis Sandoval asked, but does country mean the same thing as nation in the biblical sense? Biblical sense, there really wasn't a difference between the two. Political entities were nations as such, so there's not a huge difference between the two. Scott Worthen asked, should one hold fire or shoot down the notion that Amorites were the same linguistic grouping as Exodus Hebrews, well, different ethnicity, right? No, Exodus Hebrews were Amorites. They were linguistically Amorites, they were culturally Amorites, they were genetically Amorites. They were all three. So, they came from an Amorite city. They spoke an Amorite language, and there's really no doubt about that at this point. And they integrated really, really well with Amorite culture, because they were Amorites. So, yeah, absolutely. Okay, next one here is from CPM versus DOS. What wine and cheese would you pair with Ultima 3? I don't know what wine and cheese I would pair with Ultima 3. Ultima 3 was a great game. I loved Ultima 3. I should have to play it again sometimes. So yeah, that's a very interesting thing. I'm not sure what I would pair with Ultima 3, but definitely one. I'd probably go with a Cafe Zinfandel. A Cafe Zinfandel. A Cafe Zinfandel. What kind of bread is it? Sourdough bread, and probably a camembert. Ooh, that would be good. A camembert, a sourdough bread, and a Cafe Zinfandel. Very, very. That would be a great pairing with Ultima 3. Okay, love it. Let's see this. Scott Worthington follows up. So Amorites were Hebrews who rejected the Israelite religion. No, Amorites. Okay, let's put this in the right order. Hebrews were Amorites, but Hebrews were a splinter of the Amorites that had their own religion. Okay? We know from the text that Abraham's father, grandfather, whatever, Terah, did not accept Israelite religion. He worshipped a different god. He worshipped an Amorite god. Laban worshipped an Amorite god. Laban did not worship Israel, did not hold to Israelite religion. So Terah and Laban, they were worshiping as the Amorites did. Abraham worshipped a different god. So he's culturally Amorite, he's genetically Amorite, but he's changed religions. Okay? So, hope that helps. Keeps learning. Israelites are the sole remnants of the Amorites. That is probably correct. Yeah, they're probably the last remnants of the Amorites. Amorites used to be everywhere. They used to be from northern Mesopotamia down into Midian and into northern Egypt. All those holdings had eventually been taken away by either other groups of Semites, like they were driven out of Midian by Eastern Arabian tribes. They were also driven out of northern Mesopotamia by the Elamites. So, yeah, that's probably correct. And they were, the Israelites basically wiped out the Amorites in Canaan. At least the ones that lived in cities. They don't seem to have wiped out the ones that lived in, say, rural areas. Those became integrated with Israelites. But yeah, the Israelites are basically the sole remnants of the Amorites. Oh, it's really cool. What's really cool about this, and I'll give you a little hint. The whole fact that Israelites were Amorites solves a particular problem too that we have with, say, the conversion of Egyptian into Hebrew, which is really an interesting problem. And I'm going to bring this up in my Moses chapter. That the fact that they were the early Israelites spoke an Amorite dialect explains why some Egyptian words were translated with the Hebrew Samic. It's a very, very fascinating thing. Amoritic provides a bridge language between Egyptian and classical biblical Hebrew, which is very, very interesting. Fascinating. We do find that bridge between the Samic and the Amoritic S, which is really fascinating, incredibly interesting. It provides the best explanation for why, for example, we find the Samic in the name Ramses. Very interesting. Okay. Let's move on here to the next question. Where did I see it? Okay, CPM versus DOS for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Who's a good underrated church father to study? So many. Clement the First. Okay, First Clement. Wonderful book. Absolutely wonderful. Highly recommend First Clement. Very few people study him. Very, very good book. It also depends on if you want to do early church fathers or say post-Nicene fathers, because I have some opinions there too. I think one of the great church fathers that doesn't get enough attention that's post-Nicene is Ambrose. Ambrose is a really interesting church father to read. The other one, I would say that you could probably get a lot out of. That's not much. It's not really all that read in the West. He's more read in the East. Is Chrysostom. Chrysostom had a lot of the same issues we deal with today. So, there you go. 3 recommendations. First Clement, Ambrose, and Chrysostom. That'll keep you busy for a long time. Okay, next one. Chrysostom. I'll put it in the chat here. Chrysostom. There you go. All right, next one here. Okay, I think that's all of our super chats, so we'll go back to AT here. One more? When? I will check. I'm good? All right. Well, that's a pleasant surprise. Okay, next one here from AT Ministries. Going to be... if James thought Philo was scripture, what's that mean about Philo's Logos theology? James just calls it writing. Okay? It doesn't mean it's inspired. Okay? So we talked a bit about this last week, that the use of the word graphe just means writing. So basically James says it's written and happened to be written by Philo. So that doesn't mean it's scripture, just that it's been recorded somewhere. So definitely it's one of those things that I think we have to be very, very careful of here. So you don't have to accept, if just because it's written, it's quoted, doesn't mean you have to accept everything that writer wrote. And even if it is inspired, there's some inspired writing, doesn't mean everything is worth being inspired. So again, I would be cautious about, say, overreading the word graphe here, but I would also at the same time just caution you in that just because one word or one thing might be true that the Bible quotes doesn't mean everything that author wrote is true. So again, use common sense here. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Yes. Have you changed your opinion on translating Genesis 1:1? No, I haven't. Not one iota. Interpretation I might have changed slightly with regards to basically it being either a summary or a title. Okay. But the actual translation itself, I have not changed at all. I still do not agree that it is an introductory subordinate clause. And I will probably not for a long time, because I've seen a lot of mischief done with quote introductory subordinate clauses when they're actually, say, temporal prepositional statements. So a temporal prepositional statement is very, very different than an introductory subordinate clause. So my opinion on this, I'm not going to agree with Homestead on this, and I don't think I will. I've not seen enough compelling evidence. Even like, for example, I've seen that argument of introductory subordinate clauses to justify things that I think the text did not intend. So like in certain interpretations in the book of Judges 10. So, um, so I've got reservations about, say, wholesale changes. So, to the traditional rendering on that. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next I saw a super chat come in from M. Sharif for $10. Okay. How does your clan view of genealogies explain Noah being 500 years old when he begot 3 sons? Genesis 5:2, 600 years old when the flood occurred, and then living 350 years after the flood, Genesis 9:29. Okay. The way that clan theories of generations work is that the clan itself is treated like a single person. That's generally how it works. So it's treated like a single person. It's named after a progenitor or clan chief that's most important. And then it basically, the scribed lifespan is for as long as the clan is alive. Okay? So, the case of Noah, the clan of Noah would have lived for 500 years, named after the guy who got on the boat. So, the progenitor, or basically the great clan chief, is Noah. And he gets on the boat with his 3 sons, and then, or their clans, and then 600 years, when the flood occurs, now the son here could be grandson too, we have to keep that in mind. So, he could have gotten on a boat with his grandsons, get on the boat, and then the clan survives another 350 years. So, that's how the clan view would explain this. So, it's more of, at the end of the day, that the clan view of genealogies would then explain those long lifespans as essentially being an aggregate, a literary amalgamation of many, many people, but with the clan progenitor taking credit for the entire lifespan of the clan. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here. Is from AT Ministries for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He says, is the church, Jesus, and the apostles established a visible institution like the Levitical priesthood temple system, or is it different, a bit of both? It's a bit of both. It's more an invisible institution. The apostles called this the mysterion, which is, it's a collection of parts that somehow function as a whole. So it's not visible in all of its components, but it's also visible in that we have a presence on planet Earth. So it's not going to be like the Levitical system or the temple system in that respect of being, say, a formal religious structure with walls, doors, consecrated priesthoods, that sort of thing. But so that's what I would basically describe the church as. It's a mysterion. It's a visible and an invisible presence, and but it's not quite like the temple system or priesthood in the fact that it's a codified way of practicing ritual law. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, I'm just going to take a very, very quick break here, and I will be right back. Alrighty. Everyone buy Egg Hunter while he's gone. Oh, that would be funny. Alright, here. Screen off here. Okay. Well, that would be a pleasant surprise if people did. Okay, just come on. Mama says, come on. This jet thrives of digging into controversies, puns, and illegal food. Illegal food! I've become the tempter of forbidden food. Alright, let's move on to the next super chat here. Next super chat here is from AT Ministries. What's the relationship between the church and Israel? Not necessarily the country. Israel is the vine, we are the branches. To quote Romans chapter 12. So essentially, Israel is the source from which Christianity grew. And the church came from. Okay? So it's not necessarily a country. And even when we talk about the relationship of Israel, we're not talking about, say, the country Israel. We're talking about the Israelite religion. Okay? Essentially, there's no difference between the Israelite religion and Christianity except who is Jesus Christ. That's it. It's the only difference. It's essentially Christianity is essentially Israelite religion with our Messiah. That's all it is. So that's where I would basically say that's the relationship. Is we're joined at the hip. We're essentially joined at the hip. All right, next one here. Do people misuse Romans 9:6-8 for $2 from AT Ministry? So let's take a look at Romans. Romans, countrymen, give me your ears. All right, Romans. Romans 9. Okay. Verses 6-8. Text reads, "But it is not as though the word of God has failed, for they are not all Israel who are descended from Israel, neither are all children, because they are Abraham's descendants. But through Isaac your descendant will be named. That is it is not the children of the flesh who are children of God, but the children of the promise are regarded as descendants." Okay, now you can misuse this in the sense that the idea that not all that Abraham's children won't be children of God. Okay? You can misuse it in that way to sort of grind this anti-Semitic bias. But that's not what the text says. The text says that not all. Well, what he's referring to here in verse 7 is Esau. Esau, is not going to be a descendant. Okay? Basically the sons of Keturah and Ishmael. They're not going to be descendants according to the promise. So there's one of those things that you have to be careful here. And it is also true that in Romans that eventually, after the fullness of the Gentiles, the spiritual Israel will be grafted back into the church. They're not going to be forsaken, but only when the fullness of the Gentiles is complete. We have to kind of understand that in the first few centuries of the Christian church, like especially first century, almost all Christians were Jews. All of them. There were very few exceptions to this. There are a couple that were Gentiles, like Luke. Luke was a Gentile.
The Roman soldier.
Yeah, the Roman soldier, centurion. But
those
were exceptions. They weren't the rule.
And they're presented.
Yeah, and they're presented as exceptions. So, so it can, this passage can be misused, but any scripture can be misused. A lot of them can be misused. So, just because you have scripture and you have it in context, and doesn't mean you're interpreting it right. Interpretation is subject to human abuse, because all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And the ability to misuse is a function of our sinfulness. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But there's also a truth in this passage, too, that some of the children will be grafted back in. Okay. Next one here from AT Ministries for $2. Why do all interlinears use Strong's Concordance? Oh, kill me now. Kill me now. Okay. Why do all interlinears use Strong's? Because it's free. It's public domain. That's why they use it. It's cheap. It's cost-cutting. Danny Dement, because they hate to see Dr. Folk experience joy. I'd love it if an interlinear finally used Halot. Or even Denker. Something that wasn't pre-Oxyrhynchus. Warrior of the Most High says, surely we don't lack Koine lexicons. Yeah, but we lack them that are in the public domain.
It would get ridiculous.
Oh, it'd be really expensive to do a interlinear with Halot. Really expensive. Science Search Party says, cheap does not automatically make better. Oh, but it rarely makes things better. If it's free, there's usually a reason. There was what's it called now? There was I think it was Vigner. This was something that I had to had to deal with in my Egyptology Egyptian language class. Was we get students here that would use Vigner. Now, Vigner, if you've never heard of it, and I don't blame you if you haven't, is a word list that students used to use as an Egyptian lexicon. Okay? It's terrible. It's free. It's a free word list translating hieroglyphics to a word. The problem with Vigner is it's wrong. Often wrong. Because it wasn't actually done by an Egyptologist, but by a data analyst. And it's so wrong, but people use it because it's free. I mean, I even saw it used in Douglas Petrovich's World's Oldest Alphabet for his lexicon. I was like, no, Doug, you know better. You know better. I couldn't believe it when I saw that. It was just like, dude, I was in the same Egyptian language classes as you. I know you know better. So, yeah. if it's free or cheap, there's usually a reason. So.
And then the problem is, other people quote.
Yeah.
Those secondary works.
Yeah.
And then those works suddenly common knowledge. Yeah.
Gandalf the Base. I tried to explain to laymen why we no longer use Strongs, and they told me, well, it's good enough for me. It's not good. There's also the problem, too, with Strongs. Strongs has a lot of problems. Okay, it's pre-Oxyrhynchus. It was... Strong's Concordance was out of date the year it was published. Now, that takes something. Usually you need technology to do that. But yeah, it was out of date the year it was published, and a lot of commentaries basically came out, and a lot of reviews of it at the time in the end of the 19th century said, this thing's already out of date. It was published and it's already out of date. So, I'll put that in. Oxyrhynchus. There you go. Yeah, Oxyrhynchus refers to the discovery of the Oxyrhynchus papyri, which is this 2 million papyrus cache of Koine Greek documents found in Oxyrhynchus, Egypt. Okay, they found all this huge amount of Koine Greek papyri.
That's when they learned that.
That's when they learned. Yeah, that's when scholars learned that Koine Greek was not a special God-given biblical language. It was just the language that people used all across the ancient Near East. So, yeah, they baptized tables and cups and all that. Yeah. So, Warrior of the Most High says it was vulgar Greek. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It's vulgar Greek. This was Koine means, common. Koine means common. The Greek of the common man. Jack Ray goes, have a free copy of Joseph Smith's hieroglyph translations. Ooh, that was bad. That is so bad. It was nonsense. Complete nonsense. Stroke to the fifth order. Stroke to the fourth order. So it means this. Like, whoa. Yeah, there was some bat crazy stuff in Joseph Smith's hieroglyph translations, that's for sure. Now there's a question I saw back here. I see it. I passed by it. I'm going to just go back here and see if I can find it. I saw... see here, Jack Ray gifted the channel 20 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much, Jack. We really appreciate your support of the channel. So very much appreciate it. And thank you for pitching Egg Hunter. We appreciate that too. So we appreciate you actually asking them for to do reviews as well. That is also going to be very helpful. So thank you so very much. Okay, I'm going to try to see if I can find that question before I move on here. I saw a question here about papyrus font. Let's go on a 20-minute rant on the evils of papyrus font. see here. Where did I find that question? I saw that question, and I can't find it. There it is. CPM versus DOS. I'm going to take this question. Is papyrus font public domain? No, it's not. I believe it's owned by Linotype Corporation. Who will sue you if you misuse it? It's an ugly, terrible font. It's the Comic Sans of ancient-looking fonts. Do not use it. It looks terrible. Poor... Not papyrus. Not the papyrus font. It is an ugly, ugly font. Oh, people loved it the first time you saw it, and then you saw it used on, like, Chinese food restaurants. Jack Ray. Where is it? Is papyrus font inherently misusing it? Probably. Danny DeMint, it's worth the lawsuit. No, it isn't. It's such an ugly font, though. There's a lot. If you want brush fonts that look good, yeah, there's many out there. But papyrus font is ugly, and it doesn't look like papyrus in any way. I mean, I had Egyptologist colleagues that love this font. And it's like, why? It doesn't look like papyrus painting. It looks ugly. It's atrocious. But it looks so old. To whom? Yeah, you liked it.
Oh no. People out there, we don't.
Mama says, for once, threat of litigation saves us all from inundation. Praise God for that. CPM versus DOS. I love how it's the font in Deadly Shadows. Game set in fantasy, Dark Age, Victorian-esque setting. It's such a hideous font, though. It's like, oh, yuck. It burns my eyes. It's just grotesque. As I said, it's it's the Comic Sans of ancient fonts. It's just hideously ugly. I'm not going to even dignify that, Jack. We don't want people bombarding the Discord with papyrus font. Miles Mortimer. Papyrus font is great for awful presentations. Well, I guess so, yeah. If you want to blind your viewer, sure, go for it. Oh, so ugly. So hideous. Okay. There's my opinion on graphic design there. Next one from AT Ministries is... Nehemiah 8:1. Is this the Ezra? All right, we'll go to Nehemiah. Let's see. I could answer this, but I'll still read it. Okay. And all the people gathered as one man at the square, which was in front of the water gate, and they asked Ezra the scribe to bring the book of the law of Moses, which the Lord had given to Israel. Okay. So, is this Ezra the Ezra of the book of Ezra? The answer to this is yes. It's the same Ezra. It's the same Ezra as the book of Ezra. Okay? And the reason is because Ezra and Nehemiah used to be one and the same book. Okay? Let's see, Ezekiel. Go back to Ezra. Where's Ezra here? There's Ezra. So you go to Ezra chapter 10 and go to verse 44. Okay, so you see the end of Ezra right there. It used to be that these were on one papyrus scroll. One scroll. It was later broken up into 2 books. And sometimes this is called in scholarship Ezra Nehemiah, as opposed to the book of Ezra and book of Nehemiah. It's in scholarship often called Ezra Nehemiah because it used to be one book. It used to be one book that was combined and then later broken up into 2. So that's how we know that this Ezra is the same Ezra as in the book of Ezra. So there's your fun fact of the day. Ezra and Nehemiah used to be one book. Yeah, it did. Yeah. It used to be one book. It was broken up into 2. Actually, several books had that. The Masoretes did that to several books. First and Second Kings was one book. First and Second Chronicles was one book. It just got a little hard to roll the scroll. That's the reason. You could put them on if you broke up the books, you could put them on smaller scrolls, and it was easier to wind. So that's the reason. Okay. Next one here. Nehemiah 8:2. This occurred on a Sunday. Okay. Ezra, what? 8:2. Okay, Ezra. Sorry, Nehemiah. That was Nehemiah. Okay, so Nehemiah. Chapter 8. Verse 2. Then Ezra the priest brought the law before the assembly of men and women and all who could listen with the understanding on the first day of the 7th month. Okay. A first day of the 7th month. That doesn't mean a Sunday. Okay? It means day 1. Okay, so the first of the month. So it may have been a Sunday, but I'm not sure it was. So the text only says here first day. So, but because it's in the context of the 7th month, it's the day of the month. So the month date. So hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, next one from AT Ministries here is from 1 Kings 150. What does it mean, took hold of the horns? Ooh, glad you asked. 1 Kings, chapter 1, verse 50. Okay. And Adonijah was afraid of Solomon, and he arose and went and took hold of the horns of the altar. Okay. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of this, and I will show you what it means as horns of the altar. So just take me a moment to find this. Okay. What I'm going to do is, if I can find this, is show you. Take me a moment to find it. My book projects here. I did a render of let's see here. That's RIPF2. I need. That's the wrong one. I need my education. I need to go to my my dissertation. Liverpool, dissertation. See if I can find it here. Okay, view images. All right, there we go. Horns of the altar. Okay, I am going to show you here my render of the burnt offering altar. So copy. I need video. Okay, and all right, you're going to get a picky here. Okay, now I'm going to need properties. Actually, use this one here. Properties. Browse. Okay. All right, there we go. This is a render I did of the altar of burnt offerings. Okay. It's bronze. It's got the poles on the side. But what you see on the corner there are the horns. Okay. And burnt offering altars had horns. Incense altars had horns. These are very common on altars where something was burnt. Okay, you even find them on some libation altars. Okay. Looks like Sims 3 furniture. Yeah, I rendered this in Blender. Okay, but that's what he's talking about here. Is Adonijah is going to the altar and grabbing onto the horns of the altar. Okay, so that is, let's see, can I properties are yeah, so you'll see 4 horns on the altar. So that's what's meant by he took hold of the horns. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat, very much appreciated. Yeah, Blender is great. I have to relearn it every time I use it, but yeah, it's great. The eggs that we did for Egg Hunter were all done in Blender. A lot of the stuff in Egg Hunter was modeled in Blender. Okay. Next one here, 1 Kings 2:7. Did he request her because she laid with David? Okay, I think I know what you're talking about here. 1 Kings 2, verse 17. All right. Yeah, Abishag. All right. Now, verse 17. And then he said, please speak to Solomon for the king, for he will not refuse you, that he may give me Abishag the Shunammite as a wife. Okay, now, here's the reason. Yes, he did request her because she did lay with David. Now, David did not have do the deed with her. He was kind of given to him as a comfort wife to keep him warm in his last days. But David did not do the act with her. Okay? The text says as much. But because she was his wife, a final wife, Adonijah is asking for Abishag so he can overthrow Solomon. That's the reason why he's asking for her. He's sort of... Adonijah is kind of gambling here. He's gambling. He's gambling that Solomon doesn't know the history of Abishag. But Solomon's smarter than that. Okay? And he knows that this is an attempt to topple his monarchy, to overthrow the government. And then he makes sort of short work with him, essentially. So Milo says comfort wife is a crazy job title. Yeah, I suppose so. Kind of a dark history to it, but yeah, sure. Okay, next one is from AT Mysteries for $2. Thank you for the super chat. 1 Kings 2:27. How did this fulfill prophecy? Okay, 2:27. So Solomon dismissed Abiathar from being priest to the Lord in order to fulfill the word of the Lord, which he had spoken concerning the house of Eli in Shiloh. Okay. Basically, that the men of the prophecy here is that that the house of Eli would not be permanent in being priests. Okay, so that's sort of what's being talked about here, is that the generations, the clan of Eli, would not be basically keep the throne, keep the priesthood. So that's sort of the eventually the line is restored, but for the clan of Eli, those 4 generations, that would be the part of the fulfillment of the prophecy here. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. So, but that's really the prophecy that's being fulfilled there, is to Eli and his house. Next one here is from AT Mysteries, 1 Kings 2:28. 2:28. Okay. Now the news came to Joab, for Joab had followed Adonijah, although he had not followed Absalom. And Joab fled to the tent of the Lord and took hold of the horns of the altar. Yeah, there's that holding the horns of the altar again. And it is a way of claiming sanctuary. It was believed that if you slew a human being on the altar, it was an unholy sacrifice. So basically this is a way of trying to get sanctuary by not spilling human blood on a holy altar. Okay? So think of it kind of this way. There is like when Antiochus IV, first of all, slaughters a pig on the altar. That's considered to be a desolation of the altar. Desecration, sorry. Desolation, desecration, pretty much the same thing here, but
this time
it sounds the same, and it actually means the same thing too. Because it's used in the term abomination that makes desolate. So it is actually the same thing. But desecration is actually a better description. Pilate killed the priests on the altar. Okay? That's considered a desecration too. Because sacrificing humans on an altar is considered to be an unholy sacrifice. Okay? Yeah, Titus did do the temple double dirty, yeah. So people would go into the temple or the tabernacle, grab the horns of the altar, and because they couldn't go into the Holy of Holies, they still weren't permitted to go into the Holy of Holies. But they could make it up to the altar of burnt offerings, or the incense altar, and grab those horns. Now, they probably did the horns of the burnt offering because you couldn't drag that out. It's too big. Not without help anyway. So the idea was that no one would dare slaughter you for risk of tainting the altar with human blood. Well, that didn't really work. People killed you on the altar anyway, if they were determined. Solomon did it. Solomon killed people on the altar. So did others. So it really wasn't a very effective strategy. All right, next one here. 1 Kings 2:46. He's sure sounding like a man of blood. Verse 46 says, So the king, Solomon, commanded Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, and he went out and fell upon him so that he died. Thus the kingdom was established in the hands of Solomon. Solomon is getting rid of the rivals. Kings did this. All kings did this. I mean, take example of Persian or Assyrian kings. As soon as a new king came to the throne, all the brothers got killed. They used to sit outside the Persian palace. You could see there would be this train of coffins or wrapped bodies leaving the palace in succession. That's how most people in say the Persian Empire knew that a new king took the throne. They didn't get an announcement. They just saw the rows of bodies coming out of the palace. They got the visual message. And that was usually all the king's brothers. So every king did this. Every king killed off his rivals. This was normal. Now, in some cases, it was, in the case of the Persian and the Syrians in Mesopotamia, it was all your brothers. In Israel, it was all the military men that were basically disloyal or had signed up with other alliances. So that's just what kings did. What determined you as being a man of blood was not so much securing your kingdom, but your propensity for getting into needless wars. Okay? So in the case of David was a man of blood because he pursued war with the Philistines for the length of his reign. Whereas Solomon didn't. Solomon basically sort of struck an uneasy peace with the Philistines. And basically the two groups shared the Shephelah after. Much more to Solomon's advantage than to the Philistines' advantage, but they still ended up sharing the Shephelah. So, that's one of the things we need to understand about, say, the Israelite-Philistine agricultural war. The Philistine agricultural war didn't really end with a victory for Israel. Nor did it end with a victory for Philistia. What really happened at the end of that war is they just stopped fighting. They just stopped fighting. And they sort of shared the Shephelah. So, this was one of those interminable wars. And for you, those of you who don't understand, say, how the Shephelah works. It's a north to south valley, okay? On the eastern side of the valley, in the sort of the hills on the eastern side of the valley, are Israelite cities. On the western side of the valley, in the hills, are Philistine cities. And what they're doing is they're fighting for the agricultural land in the valley between the two sets of hills. And all that war between the Philistines and the Israelite is over that one strip of land. That's it. That's all they're fighting over. So Saul fought for it. David fought for it. Solomon struck a peace with Philistia. And they decided to share that land. Now, Solomon probably got a bigger portion of it through that negotiation than David did through warfare. But that's how the war ultimately was resolved. Because they were still fighting that war right up until the end of David's reign. You know, David is an old man. He's in his palace, and they're still fighting that agricultural war. You know, that's how we get the Bathsheba narrative. That Bathsheba narrative is David's in his 60s. He's in his late 50s, early 60s, when he has that sends Uriah to die to steal Bathsheba. Okay? So, all the way fought right until the end of David's reign. So that's what made David a man of blood, is the fact that he fought those unnecessary agricultural wars, which ultimately Solomon negotiated. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 1 Kings 3:2, but they still have the tabernacle. Let's see what's in 1 Kings 3, verse 2. Okay. 1 Kings 3:2 said, the people were still sacrificing in the high places because there was no house built for the name of the Lord until those days. Yes, they still had the tabernacle. The tabernacle was still, at this point, located at Shiloh. So it was still around. So there was Shiloh was still around during this period. But people did worship in the high places. Okay? And the high places here are aberrant Yahwehism. Okay? So they're not pagan. And we kind of have to keep that in mind, is when it talks about high places, this is not pagan worship. It's just Yahweh worship done the wrong way. So, and people still continued worshiping in the high places even once a temple of the Lord had been made. So, now, one of the things about the tabernacle, too, at this time is very little of it remained. Okay? The Ark of the Covenant was, at this point in time, at the house of the Gittite. Okay? I forget his name at the moment. So, the Ark of the Covenant was no longer in Shiloh. But Shiloh remained in operation for a while, even once the Ark of the Covenant was removed. So the tabernacle was still in Shiloh, but the Ark had been moved out of there onto the threshing floor, okay? And it had arrived there under the reign of King David. So the tabernacle worship was defective at this point. So there's things we have to understand about this too, that even though the tabernacle was still standing, the tent was still there at Shiloh. Some of the furniture was still at Shiloh, like the incense altar and all that. But the ark wasn't there anymore. So the ark had been moved from Shiloh during the Philistine War under the reign of King Saul, and it had been brought back to Jerusalem by King David. So, but it was not at that point. The tabernacle wasn't a unified whole. The priesthood of Eli was in shambles. The tabernacle was not in a good state. It was not in a good state, and it would be shortly after this that much of the Shiloh was destroyed. So, Okay, next one here. In fact, I think it was even during the lifetime of, was it Saul or David, that the Shiloh was destroyed. But they did manage to preserve some of the furniture. They did manage to preserve some of the furniture from the tabernacle. Because we are told when the temple is established that the furniture from the tabernacle was moved into the temple at that point. So things get a little hazy during some of the warfare that happened between Saul and during the time of Saul and David. But they still had the tabernacle, but it wasn't much. It wasn't in a good state. Okay? And it hadn't been set up in totality during the early reign of Solomon. So, but there was still cultic services happening at Shiloh at the time, just in a very much diminished state. Louis Sandoval throws in an interesting side question here. Is Hyperborea the same as Eden, just described by a different culture? No. Hyperborea is a fictional land up north by a cultist. By an occultist. Okay? Hyperborea probably is Canada. I forget what was her name. The cultist that came up with the idea of Hyperborea. She was sort of, she basically imagined this, this ideal continent that happened to be in the far north. Okay? And it's perfectly populated by these happy, content, spiritually enlightened villagers. And it's covered in snow all year round. Canada. Canada. Yeah. Yeah, it's basically occult fiction. That's what Hyperborea is. Awesome. PA says, for 19.99, thank you for that generous super chat. Thanks for tonight's show. You're most welcome. We're going to wrap it up here in about 10 minutes here. Drunk Canadians. Yeah, that's probably the only way you get happy Canadians is to fill them with liquor. Oh, during Canada, eh?
There's a reason.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason why Canadians play hockey and commit war crimes. Milo Motor says, Hyperborea sounds like an injury. It does, doesn't it? Ooh. All right, next one. Is from AT Ministries. 1 Kings 3:3. Were these sacrifices to Yahweh or pagan gods? 1 Kings 3, verse 3. Now Solomon loved the Lord, walked in the statutes of his father David, except he sacrificed and burned incense on the high places. No, they were not to pagan gods. This is aberrant Yahweh worship. Okay? So, Solomon was not... Now, at the end of his life, this is the beginning of his life, the end of his life, he does end up worshiping pagan gods because his heart was turned by his wives. This point, this is just the high places. This is aberrant Yahweh worship. So he's making these sacrifices and burnt offerings to Yahweh, but in the wrong way. Okay? So, Mama says, this has been a hilarious and interesting live stream. Oh, you just love the raw steak thing. Fun. Good times. Good times. Okay, so AT, that's the answer to the question is they were sacrifices to Yahweh. They were just done in an unprescribed way. First Kings 3:12. And this will, let's see here. First Kings 3, verse 12. Okay. Behold, I have done according to your words. Behold, I have given you a wise and discerning heart, so that there has been no one like you before you, nor shall one like you arise afterwards. Okay. This is God speaking to Solomon. Now, here's the thing. You can be wise and still sinful. That's a thing. Why was Solomon so dumb? Because all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Every single last one of us is a sinful human being. Even Solomon. A lot of wise people do things that are sinful. Think that they'll get away with it. Think that they're smarter than that. No one is smarter than that. You know? You can be smart and sinful, you can be stupid and sinful. The fact is that sin is ubiquitous. Despite one's wisdom, despite one's foolishness, despite one's intelligence, or despite one's ignorance. Sin is a universal condition, and it affects everyone. That's why Solomon fell, because he was sinful, just like every one of us. Okay. And down to 6 minutes. Do we have any non-super chats we want to take? I mean, I could always take one more super chat from AT, but I can save it too for next week. We're kind of right at the halfway point for AT, so.
Well, Danny did met.
Okay.
Back at 9:26.
9:26.
Wanted some reference.
Oh, we already answered that. Yeah.
All right. That one. Mr. White, again, way back in 21. What is in your
Okay, we can take that. All right, 8:21 you said?
Yeah.
All right. 8:21. $8.21. Get there. $8.21. All right, Mr. White. Ask the question, and we'll take this non-super chat. Might be the last one of the night here, but we'll give it a go. Is what is your opinion the most accurate depiction of the Exodus in movies and television? Okay, great question. My answer to this is the most accurate one is the Cecil B. DeMille's I think it's 1953 version of the Exodus. Now there's a one that's earlier. I think there's a 1930s version too, which isn't as good. Okay, but the 1953 Cecil B. DeMille version, I'll say this: it is accurate. The Ten Commandments is accurate from the beginning of the film right up until that stupid love story in the middle. Okay. Someone should do an edit of that, honestly, to get rid of that stupid love story. It's pointless. It's worthless. It's not scriptural. It's tediously boring. You know, cut that hour out of the middle of the film, and it's okay. I mean, it's a 4-hour film anyway. You could easily cut an hour. A good editor could really do wonders on that today. It's so cringe. Mama's right here. It is so cringe. Okay? But the first part of the movie, the first 2 hours, right up until that love story, are very accurate. They're excellent. Gets the king right. It gets the time frame right. It gets the culture right. Even including the dancing, the board games. It's all correct. Okay, that's the best part of the film. Is that first 2 hours? Fabulous. That love story, cut it. The one other thing is the parting of the Reed Sea did not look like that. Okay, so yeah, Andrew Graham. So watch the first 2 hours and ditch the rest. Yeah, pretty much. Jack Ray, pointless injected love stories. Bah. Yeah.
Yeah, they were trying to make it popular.
Yeah, was trying to make it a popular appeal thing, and that part didn't work. The other thing is the actual parting of the Reed Sea. The Reed Sea was probably between 20 and 40 feet deep, based upon sedimentary analysis of the region. Okay, where the Pelusiac estuary would have been. So you're not going to get walls of water that are 10 stories tall. Okay, that's not going to be the case. The second of all is they're going to be temenous walls, so they're going to be more water piles on the side. And you're only talking about 20 to 40 feet deep. So it's not going to look that intimidating from a distance. Okay? So that should be changed too. So, CPM versus DOS. Yeah, but those old school effects. Yeah, the old school effects were pretty awesome. Okay, I will admit. So, Louis Sandoval says, Dr. Falk, in my opinion, if they want to make a movie or series of the Bible, they should include its ancient culture context and include more of supernatural and spiritual. Yes and no. I will say this. Yes and no. Should they include ancient cultural context? Yes, absolutely. Supernatural and spiritual when it applies. Okay? Now, here's the thing. I think that there was a lot of there's been a lot of things that have been interpreted about the Bible as supernatural or spiritual that aren't. Okay, that isn't. They're more miracles of timing than they are actual. But because of our Western eyes, we sometimes misinterpret spiritual things for what is actually more natural. Okay? Like, for example, the parting of the Reed Sea is often interpreted as a spiritual or supernatural thing, when it's really hypernatural. I like the term hypernatural because it's an extreme condition that's within the realm of natural thing, but happens to be at the right place and the right time. So, I don't think there's anything, say, first order miracle. Now let's talk about first order and second order and third order miracles, okay? First order miracle is something that defies natural law. Jesus walking on water is a first order miracle. It completely defies natural law. Second order miracle is a natural event that happens at the right place at the right time, exactly when you need it. A third order miracle is something that just happens to you. Okay? You can't verify it, you can't validate it, because it's just for your personal edification or benefit. Okay? So, a lot of events in the Bible are second order miracles. In fact, the vast majority of miracles in the Bible are second order miracles, not first order miracles. There are some first order miracles. There's some third order miracles. The vast majority of miracles in the Bible are second order miracles. They can be explained naturally, but they happen in the right place at the right time. The walls of Jericho falling is a second order miracle. The parting of the Red Sea, second order miracle. The water turning to blood, second order miracle. Jesus walking on water, first order miracle. Jonah coming back to life, first order miracle. So I think that as long as you get your order of miracles correct, then supernatural and spiritual can be involved in a movie production. But again, do not overread the situation. The 100-pound hailstones, second order miracle. Hypernatural, definitely. Timing impeccable.
Timing is a different story.
Yeah, timing's a different story. I mean, a miracle, a hypernatural event can happen at any time, but if it's not at the right time, so what? But if it happens at the right time, just when you need it, the Judges 10 with the sun standing still, not a miracle at all. It's not even the longest day of the year. It's an Assyrian astrological pairing. It's not a miracle at all. Yeah, he got that wrong. Okay, so, but here's the thing. That astrological sign, Joshua recognized it. Said to the Lord, hey, can we use this against the enemy? And the Lord said, yeah, thumbs up on that one. Okay, so that's going to wrap up tonight. I got to get up super early in the morning, so I've got to call it quits now. This has been a fun live stream. We're glad that you could all join us tonight. I want to thank our subscribers and our those who bought super chats, because you guys, keep food on our table and you help keep this thing going. We so very much appreciate that. Also want to thank those who purchased the video game and our books and are leaving reviews, because the reviews really, really matter. So thank you so very much for that. We also want to thank those who hit that like and subscribe button and watch our social media platforms. You guys get the message out there. And boy, this was a fun one tonight. So I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. We're glad you could be with us, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.